flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
Oh, now we really got a quorum.
Well, since we have a quorum, we'll go ahead and start with administrative business.
Okay.
Long time.
All right.
I probably will start with Gayla, since Gayla's here. We had, the board a few weeks ago had taken action to fund $1,500 for Peabody and Durham senior centers because of the flooding that they experienced. And so we wanted to get clarification from the board on where you want that paid from, because generally we assume that's not coming out of Gayla's budget, that it would be general fund. And then also, we don't know if Durham is gonna fix their building or continue to meet. And so we just need a little bit of clarification on that. And so Gayla just came over to be present.
The latest information I have from Durham is that they're gonna rebuild.
Okay.
And they've already hired one guy to do part of the work. But that's, I haven't seen it in writing or anything else. So, you know, I believe, you know, we committed to that. If that needs to come out of the general fund, we need to go ahead and do that. Of course, I think Peabody's already
Yeah,
done their repairs.
they're already done,
Yeah.
yeah.
Except for maybe the back room or something, they were still working. When I talked to them a couple of weeks ago, they said they still had things to do, so. But not in the front, because they've, like
Right.
you said, they've been up and going. so.
Yeah, I mean, they put carpet, the
Right.
carpet's already down and everything,
Right.
so.
But if we need to make a motion, I'd make a motion to go ahead and fund that in the general fund for $1,500 for Durham Senior Center and Peabody as
Okay.
from my prior commitment.
Okay.
So,
No second?
oh, did you want to?
You wanna fight over it?
Did you second that, Jonah?
Yeah.
Moved and seconded by Jonah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3-0.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So, you gave those to me, you wanna just take them into?
Sure, give me that.
That's funny, because now I've got to put it
Oh, that
away.
sounds like my life. Yeah, I usually do.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, thank you.
Have a good day.
Uh-huh.
Okay, in your packet, you had the clerk's report and expenditures report. Just has some information in there that we provide. And then you also had, Brad had asked me to include the old language on the moratorium that the commission considered previously. That has not been updated, and of course would have to be updated if that's something that you move forward on. And I think Brad was probably working on that. Let's
Was
see.
he still gonna plan on it?
Well, we'll see. He texted me this morning about 6:30, unsure of the roads, and I don't know if he is gonna, I haven't heard back whether he's gonna come or not, so.
Was he there?
Newton.
Okay.
Leave now, you'd be
Come-
fine.
come-
Yeah. He has work commitments this morning in Newton, I'm sure, but I did say just stay off the highway, stay on the highways, you'll be fine, so. Let's see. In your packet, also, I intended to include this before, you had asked us to research the fence situation out of the Park and Lake, and we do have that old agreement from when it was transferred. And my staff researched that and provided it to Isaac a couple weeks ago already, but I forgot to provide it to all of you, so. Anyway, that's in your packet, just so that you're aware of it. We also have 2 other fence agreements out there with, I think, a Mr. Kraus, and I'm not sure the other landowner, but there are 2 other fences that the county put in as part of a pollution reduction agreement. And those 2, we are responsible for maintaining as well. We did, it's to keep cattle out of the lake, basically. And so the landowners agreed to allow the fence, but we have to maintain it. And so that was funded partially through a Clean Waters grant at the time. So, but we do need to maintain
And that-
those also.
The Somerville fence, that was new as of 2012, based on the information I saw.
Yes, and then we did the other two
And it-
fences in 2014.
Okay,
So-
and we have made the repairs on that section that,
Well, I think that the fence was okay, it was just, there was a washout, and
Yeah.
Isaac said he filled it in, so the cattle couldn't get
okay,
out. so-
yeah, I guess I'd ask him if he was gonna put a water gate or something in there.
Okay.
but I guess they filled it.
They filled it, so I don't.
I'm just wondering at some point if we don't need to put a water gate in there. I really haven't looked at it.
Yeah.
If there's a lot of water that comes through there, it'd be appropriate to put a water gate in it. But I guess that's something they'll need to watch for, so.
Okay.
Morning.
Morning. Hope you had road maintenance down your way.
I haven't seen any yet.
Well, neither had I. It's a shame.
Thought you could say something.
Solid sheet of ice the whole way here.
Well, I got out on 15, so I only had 2 miles of it.
I've never seen it this bad. I think it's terrible. All the trucks you buy, spreaders, and you can't drive across the roads more than 20 miles an hour.
There you go.
Just in time.
Okay, got the information on the fence.
Good job.
Okay. Let's see.
What was that you were on prior to that? Oh, on the treasurer's report.
Yeah, I just mentioned that in the information in your packet was the clerk's report and expenditures report. There was a previous version of that draft resolution, and then the park fence information. That's all informational. We did already seek the clarification, Diane, before you got here on the 1,500 for the Peabody and Durham Senior Centers. That will be
Okay.
paid out of the general fund.
That's fine.
Okay, and then the next thing I have are the minutes of December 9th.
I had a question on the clerk's report.
Oh, okay.
Basically, we're operating right now at less than 3-month reserve. And that starts becoming an issue. Where do you perceive we'll be starting the year?
Well, it's gonna depend a little bit on, of course, what December spending is. And all of the departments, except the general fund departments, I've already kind of analyzed those and provided that to you before the last pay period. But I couldn't do the general because I didn't have the breakouts of it. We will have another distribution in December, a smaller one. So I can provide some more detailed reports again for next meeting. Okay.
It just gets my attention when we get below that 3-month.
I believe that we will be at the level we need to be for starting cash for the way we funded the 2020 budget in majority of the funds, so.
Any other question on the clerk's report?
Okay.
Okay, use on the minutes?
Yep, December 9th.
Minute. Any additions or corrections to the December 9th minutes?
I have no additions or corrections, but I would ask, since we're gonna put out for bids for courthouse security, I'd like to have a copy of that bid. I'd like to know what we're bidding for, how many exits or so on. Is it all of them? Is it one? Is it two? Is it a person? Is it equipment? I'd like to see what we're bidding for before they actually go out.
Be the spec,
Specs.
Yeah.
the
There you go.
specs basically for the,
Yeah, I'd
for
like
the
to see
bid
that before we actually put
process.
out.
That's great, because we probably are gonna need a little bit of guidance on how the commission wants those bids put out, so.
Okay, good.
We'll do a request for bid or request for proposals, and we'll do a draft, bring it in here, let you guys see, and give us guidance on what you have in mind for us to actually bid.
Okay.
Okay.
Need a proposal from people, what we should get a bid on, shouldn't we? 'Cause we don't know what we want, do we?
Right, we haven't.
Well,
laid
that's
out
what I'm
the
saying,
specs yet.
we have to develop the document,
Yeah.
and I'm
Yeah.
gonna need the board's help with that, so you will be involved in that process.
Yep. Any other discussion of the December 9th minutes? If not, I'll make a motion to approve. Here.
A second.
Moved and seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. One other item on the administrative, Diane, I know you know him, Ben Bennett.
Yes, yes.
Passed away suddenly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's information about the
It's
memorial and
it's in the
everything.
packet there, but I would like to direct the clerk
Well,
to,
thank you for-
to send a condolence card to the family
Mm.
for all of, for you two new guys. Ben was well known in this area.
And in Junction City. Yeah, wow, that's a shock.
It's usually the first one we met when we had a regional meeting. He's over there and meet everybody.
It was early.
I do have change orders.
I figured
Another
we
pile.
got through noon
It's not as bad as it looks.
Not as bad as it looks. Okay.
There's some thick ones and 2 pages.
to this.
Not as bad as the first stack was after.
Test out, we talked to Travis, most of them. Right here. See it there?
What's true?
On the photograph.
Oh.
So when people were asking me, what's the Hillsborough company, it's that one. I didn't know it either. I feel awful.
And if you do something wrong, people will let you know.
Yeah. Should have put it together. Isaac said it wasn't the Hillsborough company. And I just took it. Trust the department head until he can't.
Mhm. Oh, gosh, I spelled my name backwards. Golly. I'm still nervous.
That's a
No.
Monday for you.
Hmm?
That's a Monday for you, especially when you're already stressed out.
I did talk to him, and he said he would still like to do this piece. And, didn't want to do it.
do have early checks. One of those is the first half of the Oak Dock project, and we are paying that out of the general fund and depositing the insurance proceeds there to avoid having to amend the parks budget, because they don't have enough budget authority to spend that much out
Okay.
in the current year, so.
The first one is to bids boat docks, $101,950. Transport fuel bids to EP Service, $19,580.42. Delinquent personal property tax notices to the Hope Publishing, amount of $2,861.
Just three of them.
3 of them.
One that hurt both ways.
Does the commission have any objection to the tablets going to emergency management inventory? No.
I don't have any problem with it. They
Okay.
can utilize it, and I think it's good.
Okay. Just wanted to officially get you to say that, so I make sure that happens.
No motion needed.
If you want to, you can. I think a consensus is enough.
Consensus.
There is an outstanding check for the Register of Deeds that has been outstanding for more than 2 years, and I do need a motion and a vote to cancel that.
Make a motion to cancel the check to Top Notch Performers at $74.
I'll second that, but I would like to know what that Top Notch, I'd like to know what generated that check to Top Notch Performers. I'd like to see all the detail on it,
Okay?
when, sometime
Okay.
today. Okay, thank you.
Okay. It's been moved to go ahead and
Cancel?
cancel that outstanding check to Top Notch Performers in the amount of $74. Is that mayor second on this?
Diane, second.
Diane second. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
I'll have to get that from Rebecca. Next next thing is just, was an update on the Christmas party, and I wasn't sure if the commission wants to make the determination on the caterer, or if you're okay with the committee choosing. So that was your memo.
We have three different prices there. Of course, the middle one included a dessert, so.
And Keith's Foods, they all actually did include desserts. They all included a dessert. Usually when we go with the grocery store caterer, if we have desserts from them, they're kind of simple. I mean, and we have in the last couple of years gotten separate desserts from another company.
Oh, okay.
And just because it's nice to have a nice dessert. But we haven't used our lead in a long time, and
Last year, we did use the taco truck,
yes,
which was good.
yeah,
And we had Keith's, I think, leave the next year before.
yep.
Good die horse battery. Oh, shit, it's turning on.
Any preference, Commission?
No, I have no preference.
Well,
I'm good with it,
Well, the committee
with the
decides.
recommendation.
Okay.
Stick with committee.
Okay, committee would prefer to use Arlita's, so if you're okay with that, then I will let them know to move ahead. Okay.
What do you mind?
hell yeah.
What? You need a battery?
Just stay right there.
You only got one suit?
No, this is suit number 5 already. Well, it's back in the rotation already, so, yeah.
Mike, is your jacket a little small? It's not gonna keep
Don't
you
get much for
warm.
$500,000. That's probably about all that vest cost me.
I'd freeze if I had all that hanging out. I need a bigger coat.
I'm well insulated, guarantee you.
Okay, I had two other things on here. There was some paperwork that was brought up for the skid steer lease. That was brought up, I think, Friday afternoon. Let's see if I can find it. That is, it's not like a traditional lease purchase like we usually do. It's that 5-year lease at $8,000 a year. It's an equipment lease. And then we have the option of purchasing that. That's what the board approved. And I do have the paperwork that Bryce brought. I think I do anyway. But it has not been, it's real simple. It hasn't been reviewed by Brad yet.
Everybody have a chance to look at that for your packet.
Let's see.
It's a little different than a
Yeah, it's not what
regular
we're
lease
used to
purchase.
seeing, so.
Well, it just lays out that over 1,250 hours, it's
Right.
$30 per hour charge on top.
And I assume there's no interest on it.
It states none.
And this is the only contract that there will be as far as purchasing it.
Yes, now if we, for this lease, at the end of the lease, there will probably be another set of paperwork that pertains to the balance if we want to purchase it, which would be the 24,000, whatever that is, so. So I won't say no, because I think there probably will be additional paperwork at that time, but this is all we have right now. If there's no concerns or questions, if you want to authorize the chair to sign that, then we can.
Make a motion for the chair to sign the lease.
And approving the 5-year lease affidavit included in there.
So moved.
Okay.
What you said, I'll second it.
And seconded by Dave. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. As soon as I locate that, I will get you to sign it, because I don't have my hard copy here. Okay, and then I do have one other thing that was added on, and it is an FMLA approval for an employee. The employee is qualified. If you want to review the information, the application or anything, then we need to do that in executive session. But if you do not, we have reviewed it in our office. We do need a motion and a vote just to approve the FMLA leave for a an authorized employee or for an employee that qualifies for the leave.
What's the commission's wishes on that?
Well, I'll make a motion to approve it. Employee needs it and it's qualified. I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve it.
Second.
Okay,
Okay.
we have a motion to approve a FMLA leave for a qualified employee. Also, do you want to second it? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Four.
Okay. That is what I have for admin.
Okay. Bryce, Bryce out there?
Yeah.
Come on in, Bryce.
Morning.
Morning.
I noticed I didn't say good morning, just said morning. First start with the plows. We sent the plows out at 7 o'clock this morning. Jess and I talked yesterday with the ice and stuff that was out there, say ice, whatever the case may be. With the possibility of more snow and stuff coming overnight, we just decided we'd send them out this morning because if we went out and started doing any work last night with ice or spreading sand, whatever else, and got covered up again, that's one of those things. So they are putting sand down at the intersections and stuff like that now. So, but I guess it does bring up the point. I guess in the past we have not dealt with salt and stuff to that effect. I don't know if that's been a commission thing or if that's just been a road bridge thing. If you do want us to go with the salt thing, it's going to be obviously the extra cost of bringing in salt and then having basically a permanent place to store it. Because if we don't use it, then we'll have to store it all year or whatever else. So I guess with your guidance, if you want, tell me what you want to do. And I don't know if anybody else can tell me the history of it, why we haven't done salt. So
I know the history has been, we basically sanded the intersections
yeah,
and then plowed the roads.
right. There's really not much to plow out there per se.
No.
But the biggest problem you got is when you start putting down salt, you got to stay with it. If you put down salt and it dilutes whatever else and refreezes, then you're back doing it again. So it becomes a higher maintenance issue as far as that. So
Bryce, I guess I just don't understand that because last year, I'm sorry that Mr. Dalkey is not here because he brought it up last year.
Okay.
We had a situation similar to this down with the ice.
Okay.
And going into winter, we would expect to have a couple ice incidences. Okay, so having said that, because of his concern, and of course we all recognize the concern is out there, we bought extra spreaders, spent the money for extra, I think 4 extra spreaders if I'm not mistaken, and we bought used dump trucks to attach them, and we got extra plows. And so, I don't care if it's salt or if it's sand, we need something. I mean, the roads that I came on today were a solid sheet of ice, and not everybody starts work at 8 o'clock in the morning. So I don't think we're serving our public very well by not getting out there and getting these roads something on them. If this is the best we can do, it's terrible. I mean, especially now that we have the equipment, now what's the excuse? Because before it was we didn't have the equipment. Now we have the equipment. And we still have solid sheets of ice that we're driving on.
Well,
I don't care if it's I drove on bridges, the one that goes right there on the Pilsen Road, that bridge, nothing on that bridge, nothing. And the intersection there at the Pilsen Road, if it had 5 shovelfuls on there at that intersection, I'd be shocked. Yeah, and I have a picture of it to show because it's like one half of the road, there's a little trail of salt. I'm like, it was very treacherous to be out. If you come to Marion County today, you need to come at your own risk.
I was out driving yesterday afternoon. I drove Sunflower, 190th, Kansas, Remington. I was driving 40-45 miles an hour.
Oh, I've seen crazy people do the same
I'm not
thing.
saying crazy.
I have. I've seen farmers with bales of truck, with a bale in the back of the truck.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay, so that's fine, I got it, but I'm talking about reasonable safety for our people is what I'm talking about. Not every old lady is gonna do that. Not every person that has a doctor's appointment or has to get to work is gonna drive down the roads like that.
Well-
Not when you're a solid sheet of ice. I don't know what you can say about it, but I'm just expressing my disappointment for the lack of maintenance on our roads. I'm very disappointed.
Yeah. If you're gonna go the salt route, I mean, how much salt are we talking?
You tell me.
You're the
That's-
engineer.
Well, and the reason I'm saying is, you tell me how many times it's gonna ice, how much salt we're gonna have, We have to make special considerations to store it because it can't be wet by any means, because it does absorb moisture. Once it sets up, then it's, and like I said, so now we're talking another special place to store it. I mean, we already store the sand up in our storage building up there.
Your applicators are all spreaders, they're not brine.
Correct.
They're not brine.
That's another issue that we have never done in the past, or they've done, every time you bring up those issues, whether it's brine or salt, you always have a what if.
Mhm.
The reason that KDOT uses that is because they basically run 24/7 operations to clean the highways based on the public input that the upper management of KDOT said, that's what we're gonna do. But again, once you start treating, you now deal with the issues you've gotta keep treating, because if it melts and the salt, the brine, everything else only goes down about 20 degrees. If it gets colder than that, then you're right back to where you are, you gotta start retreating. So like I said, as far as that goes, that's what you deal with, whether it's brine, if you get a rain and or wet mix, whatever else, and wash your brine right off the road, it's a total waste of what you've done. So, you know, again, the guys are out, they're spreading the sand, you know, on the intersections. It's just sand. There's no salt and everything else. And I do know that the best time to get salt is in the middle of summer, because if you try to get this time of year, you'll wait sometimes days to get salt. The reason KDOT gets it is they declared an emergency and they pay a premium to get it. So, like I said, and we do have the 2 trucks of spreaders. The 3rd truck with the spreader is currently broke down. So we don't have that spreader in that machine. So the 2 that we do have are those state trucks. So, like I said, I'm willing to do what you guys want, but I'm just saying in the past, this is what I've been told has been done. And, you know, again, if we want to go to that next step, it's going to be a significant investment to.
Well,
I think also, Tom and Jesse brought cost information about, and estimates about how many miles we have and how much salt you would need for, I mean, but like what Bryce said, I mean, you don't know how many events you're gonna have or anything like that, but I know we had information last year that the board looked at about a potential cost to add salt in, and at that time, the board decided not to do that, but we do have information someplace that we can probably track.
Which roads do you do? I mean, the road I live on is the most important one.
Well, no, but from a county level, we should be looking at every road as if it was our own.
Yeah, but
That's the way I look at it.
sometimes you should just stay home.
But based on the predictions that we had, we were looking at 4 inches. Would you even have salted
No.
with 4 inches?
No.
You know, it wound up being 2, and that's a different story.
Well, and that's, like I said, Jess and I talked about Saturday. We were both out yesterday, looking at roads, driving them, and said, you know, based on the latest information furnished from Randy Frank, said that we're gonna get more snow and or accumulation starting at 4 o'clock this morning.
It would have been pointless, a waste to put down salt.
I'm just saying, you know, that's the whole thing you deal with. It's a very fluid situation until you know, we said, like we said today, at noon today, we're gonna know what the final accumulations are based on what they're saying. So, you know, and really right now, you know, running the plows out there, are you really gaining anything? I mean, there's places where there's maybe a little bit of buildup, other places are up north, they have 4 inches.
Once it gets kind of packed down.
Well, you
Well, I
know,
mean, you've got the spreaders, so can't you get the intersections and the bridges on the
well,
blacktop road?
that's what they're doing. But again, it's just sand. It's not
Right,
salt.
I understand that, but it's still.
Yeah, the reason that the intersections get so bad is the stopping and starting of people.
Sure.
When they
They
come
just
up
get
there,
slicker and slicker.
yep, well, yeah, because they hit the brakes and they lock them up and they don't know to let off on them to try to get stopped and they, you know, and I understand it's a safety issue. Do the same thing when you get started, instead of slowly starting, they hit the accelerator and spin and yes, it slickens it up and, you know, I mean, that's the whole thing with this whole wintertime operations. It's, you don't really know until after the fact what you should have done or what you are doing.
Well, you know, Bryce, I'm not gonna get into the conversation of salt versus sand. I know last year, I drove the same roads, came the same distance, and I do know that Jesse and them were out at night, and in the morning, I know there was salt, sand. at the intersections, and not just a scoop or two. It was enough to where it at least gave you a little bit of traction, so you don't go into the ditch. And the bridges were sand, it had enough on it, and part of my complaint today is not that you didn't put sand down there, but that you did waste your time, because you didn't put enough down to do anything. It's a scoop here and a scoop there, it's just not beneficial at all.
I don't know about how much was put down, I do know that the plows were out.
Yeah,
So-
I seen a plow too when I came today, plowing off the side of the road up here, but, I'm just saying, the roads are hazardous, and,
So the spreaders we have, are they spreading sand?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought we had
We're-
5 spreaders.
No, we
We have
have,
at least 4,
Well,
because I know we
the,
bought 3 trucks, and then we had an extra spreader somewhere.
and the extra spreader is not operational.
I was gonna say, we had one that was not in very good shape.
Yeah.
Probably ought to just get rid of it.
Well, I mean, we just bought it in case, if we need to, one of these broke, we could turn around and try to fix it up, I mean, as far as I understand, so.
So one of the new trucks, or not new, but the used trucks that we just bought from KDOT last year is broke already?
Yes,
What's wrong with it?
dropped a valve in the engine.
Really?
Yeah. That's what you get when you buy used equipment.
Not
That's all.
necessarily, I just.
No, I'm just saying, that's what
Well,
happens.
yeah,
you know.
roll the dice.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, and it's like anything else, when you start tearing apart motors, and actually we thought it was just the valve, and so we took that off and found out we had bent push rods and stuff like that in there, so it turned basically into almost like an informal overhaul.
So is the motor tore down, or are we getting another motor, or what?
It was supposed to be going back into last week or into this week, but it just so happened, I wish I could pick and choose when the storms would come, I know exactly
Well,
what to do.
you know, that's kind of irrelevant. I mean, we all know that we can't predict anything. We just need to prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
Well, and like I said, that's just that's what we're doing. If you guys, you know, obviously the commission chose, obviously without you two, chose not to do the salt, you know. But we can definitely do whatever you guys want to, we just have to gear up for it.
I think the main thing is getting out timely to do the intersections and the bridges with sand, to me.
Well,
And I know you can slide off the road too, but
Yeah, and like I said, we made that decision based on at 4 o'clock, we were supposed to be getting another 1 to 4 inches. So if we went out and put sand out at 4 o'clock in the morning and got that snow, it'd have been totally, wasted with that too. So we did come on and bladed it back off or whatever else. So again, it's a crapshoot when it comes to that, so. But no, I mean, we were definitely aware of it based on the predictions that were coming in, and that's the best information we had. I mean, I wish I knew 100% as to what was gonna happen and when. We'd be Johnny on the spot, take care of everything, so. But,
any other discussion?
Johnny's pretty deep in thought there.
I was just wondering what benefit.
Maybe, when we do have snow in the forecast, we should just go ahead and put some sand out on
Well,
those corners and bridges.
And again, here's the issue. If you get moisture or snow on top of that, it gets bladed
Well, I
back off.
understand
So-
that, but, that's the chance that you take.
Well, and the other thing is, if you have dry pavement and put sand or whatever else out there, now it
No,
becomes
then-
slick also. So, like I said, it's very fluid as to what happens there. And everyone to say that every operator's gonna put more or less on there than others, I mean, we just come down with that.
This part of living in Kansas,
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just like.
you don't ride the county roads, you go to the main highways.
You gotta drive the county roads to get to the main highway. That was my route to get to the main highway.
That's a privilege of living in the country.
Would you be mixing the salt with the sand at all?
Well, you could, again, that's something else you could do. You can actually mix salt with sand. You can run straight salt. I mean, there's so many different things. You can use brine out there, but again, brine has a certain, so it just comes down to the fact is whatever you use, anytime you use salt, you just need to have a special place to store it so that it can't get.
Right, and the brine would just be a pre-treat, right? That would-
That's typically what it's used for.
So that can improve your efficiency prior to the storm.
Possibly, assuming it's not washed off or
But
whatever
then you
else.
need an applicant for it.
In our case, we probably have to put up another structure, store things.
Yeah, because it's gonna have to stay inside where it doesn't get wet, because once it gets wet, it's just a mess.
Got every door.
So I feel like this is kind of backwards. I mean, you're the engineer, you should be recommending to us what would be best. because I don't know what to recommend to you. I don't know, it's not my expertise, I would expect.
Well, no,
that-
I can tell you right now, I'd love to go out, put salt, sand, brine down, but where am I gonna come up with money? Plain and simple, that's where it's coming from. You want me to go out and treat the roads and have them
I
ready
do.
and everything else, what's the cost to that?
I don't know.
I'm talking new
I'm
building, I'm
asking, what's the
talking-
cost of a life if we don't?
Well,
Tell
I-
me.
How do you store brine, or do you just mix it as you use?
Brine takes several big pieces of equipment. You have to have a big storage tank to mix the water and the salt
Right.
together. You have to be able to put it over into some sort of piping system to load it on the trucks. You have to have the spreaders, certain brine trucks on there, so, the tanks or whatever else. It's gonna take a pretty good investment to do that too. I can come back with you, cause I know that's all KDOT does. I mean, but they've been doing it for 10, 15 years, so. I mean, it all comes down to the initial investment. What you wanna put in the initial investment, and then where you take it from there, say for instance, you use it 5 times a year, it's gonna pay for itself considerably, but we go to that effort, and then we may not use it for 5 years, and then, But like I said, I would love to do more than that, but it's gonna have to come down to,
You have to have a crystal ball, because the state put theirs down on Thursday,
Mhm.
and who knows what was gonna happen. I mean, they had weather predictions,
And that's what we
and they
have
could've
to
got.
And I'm not
worse.
asking you to go off the deep end. I'm not asking to spend a bunch of money on brine and all this other stuff. I'm just asking to put sand, a reasonable amount of sand down. That's all I'm asking.
Well, and
Do a
like
little
this-
something. I'm not
Yeah.
asking for the
I
stars and the
think he
moon.
said that, no, they would've gone out this morning, but we put to get another 3 inches at 4 o'clock.
It'll cover it up.
So
Yeah.
they
We're
were
not
just
gonna
kinda,
have anything.
and they went out, I met them at 7, they're all leaving the shop.
Yeah.
At 7,
Yeah.
kinda like banker's hours, huh?
What's dark, I mean, the snow was supposed to be here.
I don't know.
You
I
you
guess
don't want people
I'm
come in
done.
instead of
I'm
4
done.
o'clock, wait for the snow to quit.
Well, like I said, we could've put them out at 4 o'clock in the morning, and sure enough, we'd have done that. That's when it started snowing, and we would've been out doing nothing. And honestly, I can tell you,
You can't
Kansas does run 24/7 on their snow plows and stuff like that. State of Nebraska, they'll flat shut their plows down. When it's bad enough, there's just people, you don't need to be driving. The state of Kansas has taken the attitude and, that the taxpayers want these roads cleared, and I totally understand safety wise and everything else, but, we've got our, you're talking about being prepared, every one of our blades had the chains and V-plows and everything else ready, they were plugged in overnight just to make sure that they were ready. So we spent the extra effort of, as far as plowing snow, we don't have that too, but we were prepared for it. We'd like to say we scared the snow and stuff off, but that's what we've done so far for the most part, but as soon as we don't, that's when we get the 12 inches of snow and 30-mile-an-hour winds and,
Well, in the end, we have to rely on your expertise.
yeah. Well, like I said, that was the decision that Jess and I talked about, was based on that coming in, that's what we chose to do, so,
Okay.
right, wrong, or different, so.
Did see the guys out this morning, grateful for it at least.
Well, I mean, it's,
Don't feel like
honestly,
getting beat up here.
honestly, we're out, with the big equipment driving the trucks, we still have to worry about accidents we have, the other people driving, if other people slip and slide and hit us, or, I mean, it's always a liability when we're out with, on ice and snow and stuff to that effect, so. We just always hope and pray that everything works out, so.
Not too bad, you couldn't just use the saltwater disposals. You got lots of them around.
Yeah, there's, and then of course the other issue is anytime you start talking about salt, now you're talking about environmental stuff, you've gotta have storage containers and overflow protections and all that other stuff too, so it's,
And check that back in the ground everywhere.
yep.
It's pre-made, ready to go.
So,
Move on.
all right, next thing is I've got copies for all of you here. This is a Lewis Vestring, request. Got another sheet.
And so this is different stuff.
Yes. These are, there should be 2 sheets for each one.
We need 2 sheets for each.
There should be 2 different pictures on it.
These are all the same.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that's, okay, take one of each, sorry about that. Anyway, his request is for Arrow Road, south of 40th. He would like to put a cattle guards across Arrow just south of 40th and down around his house, that he would build, install according to standards that we would have. Basically, this would allow his livestock to go from one side of the road to the other to get water. So Jesse said we have done this in the past, allowed people to put these in so that we would just maintain up to them and then skip them and go to the other side. So I guess it's kind of up to the commission as to what you do. I mean, I don't care either way. It's just that you're now allowing someone to cross basically Arrow Road as a county road to get stuff from one side to the other.
You don't maintain between the categories then?
What's that?
You don't maintain between the categories?
We would.
Okay.
How much traffic's on that road?
No, much.
That's what it is.
As you go north, past 40th, it goes out to the where is it? Rick Grace, Randy Grace? Rick, he just passed away, but he still got that big farm out there. And then go east of there, it actually turns into, a minimum maintenance or a low maintenance road. So not much traffic, but he just asked me to do.
So how's the cattle guard gonna go? Show me if he's gonna.
Well, he wants to put, where the two X's are, that's where he wants to put them.
And how does that work? Does he have cattle here and he wants to go here?
That's the way I understand it.
So those cattle are gonna freely go back and forth across the road?
Yes.
Kind of like in the old days? You're
Yes.
gonna drive down that
And
road
then-
and there might be a cow in the middle of the road and you're just gonna have to deal with it?
Exactly.
That's what he's asking for?
Yes.
And are they gonna put up any signs like they do in Colorado?
Well,
When you
I
cross
mean,
that.
that's, he basically said he would, if that's what was required, that's what he would do.
I sure didn't want signs, he didn't want somebody hitting his cattle.
Well, in the Old West, they just, whatever, so.
Personally, I'd like to think about this and look at some standards. I'm not sure about
Well,
that.
like I said, he did.
That's not the only one, we already have some
Well, that's what Jesse said, you allowed some of these in the past.
up on, what is that?
360th.
Yeah.
360th west of
Right. And is that marked?
Chisholm? No. It's at an intersection that you can, the rock goes this way, but as it goes west.
Right.
And I think there's one down on, I wanna say is that,
There's two of
Chisholm
them.
Trail?
One on the east and one on the
Yes.
south.
yes. And I think it's Chisholm Trail, and then the other one's on Blueston,
Yeah.
is that right? I believe.
So I'd like to see them, how they're working. I didn't know there was any up there.
It's, where the big Elm Springs pastures are up in the northwest corner of the county, that's where they're at.
I'd like to see how they work, cause I never knew we done that.
Yeah, there's two at 360th.
360th?
Come in from 360th going west, you'll go across one right away and you follow it down a mile and it turns south, you'll go across the other one.
Yep.
Okay.
You got your wheels turning already. You thinking about everywhere you can put them in?
No, I just wanted to say, wow. They're basically, that should be a pretty easy decision anyway, because Kansas by law is a fence out state anyhow. If you really read the letter of the law, you don't even have to have
Fence out. He wants cattle
fences.
out, not in.
And I know that's probably a pretty gray area. But also, you gotta remember, the farmer does own to the middle of the road anyway. And basically what the county has is an easement unless it's a state or federal highway. So I mean, where somebody's asking for a cattle guard on a road that's not very heavily traveled anyway, that seems like a pretty simple request.
Like I said, they just.
I mean, I don't have any problem with it because we've already done it.
Well,
We've
that's-
already set precedent.
Yeah, and I didn't know what the legal ramifications, whatever else were, but obviously it's been done before then,
So can we at least table it for a week so I can study it? I did find the fence in jurisdiction,
It's fence in.
but I didn't find the fence out.
It's fence in.
It's fence in.
The statute's
Are you
right
sure?
Yeah, this is,
I just reviewed it the other day.
ag
I
law.
better talk to my attorney.
I
You must
I'm
have told me
just
wrong.
thinking,
You
yeah.
must have told me
It
wrong.
should make it easier though. You're still fencing in your,
Well, that's the living commission, if you wanna table it, you wanna go with it, whatever, so.
Based on what we've already done, I don't have any problem with it.
Well, I have a problem doing something that I'm not sure about doing. I mean, if we've done something wrong, okay, in the past, but if we did something wrong and we're gonna do it wrong again, then we're gonna allow everybody else to do something wrong as we go forward. So I'm wondering, how wrong do we wanna be and how many times? I'm just asking for a week to table
I
to
guess my only
study
question
it.
is that shouldn't they be marked somehow? Prior
I
to,
don't
I mean, if
know.
you're going down that road, and you shouldn't be going down the road 80 miles an hour,
right.
you're gonna get woke up.
Well, and granted, most people, if they were to see those in the middle of the road, they would probably slow down until they were, it's comfortable. It's like any railroad track. Yeah. Now, as far as the sign, I don't know what the sign would be
I don't
because
know
I
if
don't
they,
know.
I just didn't know, do they make cattle guard signs?
Well, I don't know about cattle guard, but you say cattle crossing.
Cattle crossing.
Yeah. There, you know, and that's something that's looked into.
And it would be anyway. If you got cattle guards, you can have a cattle crossing.
Yeah, which, you know, the ones up there, I don't think there's any signs for those either, but they started at an intersection. Well, I guess the one on the south doesn't start at an intersection, but
No, it's,
as far as I know, there's nothing there.
Okay, Randy, so right here it says, Kansas is a fenced-in jurisdiction. That means that livestock owners are required to fence their animals in.
Sorry.
And yeah, I know it goes different ways, because like if you have a pasture right next to somebody that has, broke ground, they have nothing to fence in. So, cause that would be a fence out, they would wanna fence out your animals, but that's not required, this is a different situation, this is fence in.
That falls into a different.
Right,
it's
that's a different thing, but that's
divider
all part of the fence
where
law.
both pay half.
Right, so we're fence in.
Well, I guess the next time I have a question like that, I
You
won't.
ask me.
I won't, I'll ask you, I'll look it up myself or ask you.
Okay, no, I'm just saying,
Sorry.
and I don't care what the commission does, I'm gonna vote no if we're gonna pass it today, because I just want a week to study it and be sure that I'm reading right. Before we do set a number of unprecedented.
we can table that till next week, get it back on the agenda.
That's it. Thank you.
In the meantime, you might check on
Yep, check out
whether we do need to provide signage for that.
Okay. The second thing on there was actually up on 50th, which is the next mile. It's the, as you're going north on Arrow, you have to take a right to go east on 50th, go down to the Grace property. The county road goes basically around a high spot in the road, as the picture shows there. Right now, the fence goes straight through. He's actually requested to be able to put his fence out along the curve of the road, basically to gain that little bit of acreage right there. I mean, I don't know if the county moved the road because it's a very high point going up and over, but he asked if he could put his fence down
How much does that entail?
to move the fence or?
No, the acreage.
I wouldn't think it'd be anything over an acre, but seems like an awful lot of work, but that was his request, and I don't.
Does he own both sides of the road?
No, he would stay on the north side of the road,
So
just in that little
isn't that
curve.
somebody else's property?
Well,
Technically?
I don't know how the county moved the roadway. If they purchased that property, I would assume they had to somehow, or a permanent easement or whatever else.
I guess that's something else we need to study, isn't it?
Yeah. So,
I mean, if it's technically somebody else's, we can't allow them to move the
well,
fence.
and like I said, I would assume that the county went, when they did that, they did it according that way, but I guess that's something.
It's like any other correction line, isn't it?
Well,
We would consider a
section line?
correction line.
Section one? I don't know. Like I said, I guess I can find out more information about that and make sure, so.
Good.
But, okay,
I said, if it's his property, do whatever you want.
yeah. Well, like I said, maybe
It may
it's,
very well
maybe
be.
it's part of the
May
county.
very well be.
Yeah. So, anyway, so we'll check on both of those in. Last week, I told you we were talking to EVH about design costs. Evidently, I've been out of the loop long enough that these things have gone way to the other way. According to Darren Neufeld of EVH, if we do not use KDOT standards to do this stuff, we're probably looking at $25,000 for design costs because we have to get at least 2 permits. If we go through KDOT official rules and all that other stuff, we're looking probably $50,000 plus design costs because we have to get at least 5 permits, including a full survey and everything else. So needless to say is I need to call KDOT and follow up with them as to how far we want to go with this. Now, the only caveat is if we don't use any kind of KDOT funds or whatever else, we pay 100% for the fix. And so we're out about probably $100,000 there too. So anyway, I just want to follow up. I did check on that, but I'm going to get some more information on it. I don't know if it'll be done by the end of the year because typically at KDOT this time of year, a lot of people take off a lot of time in bulk. But anyway, it's quite a substantial thing. He said with all the environmental permits and everything else, they're just, you know, you'll have archaeological, you'll have historical, you'll have a full survey, which means finding section corners and everything else. It's just, so it's kind of a mess. So anyway, when I find out more information about that, I'll get back with you. Got salaries here for 2 temporary employees that we're using this winter time. We're using them for operating tractor, stuff like that. We've been rebuilding Alamo in the northwest part of 210th, 220th, running things there, weed eating and stuff to that effect too. Want to try to get ahead of all the weed eating before this spring. So anyway, so.
That was a good kid.
You know what? Both of them have been doing real well so far. So obviously that's the other thing too is if they turn out well in the spring, we have some positions available. So.
Okay, the first one here is Road and Bridge Blacktop for Noah Dalrymple. Part-time Road and Bridge, $10 an hour. And the next one is Road and Bridge Blacktop Mark Van Duska, part-time Road and Bridge, $10 an hour.
You need these back too, don't you?
Put Randy's stamp on All right. Been informed that the hand quarries in Woodbine will be assessing a $10 per load environmental fee starting the first of the year. There's no other price increases, just a $10 environmental fee. Whatever you want to call it, it's a price increase. They're just, with all the environmental impacts and permits and everything else, that was their way of taking care of that. So it doesn't matter whether it's a 5-yard load or a 25-yard load, it's
per load.
It's
then.
per load, yes. So, what's that?
So get a big
Well,
load.
yeah, I mean, all things considered, but obviously the bigger the load, the less increase per unit. But anyway, that's just what they said that they're going with, so,
So is that for the trucking or for the rock?
a rock.
It's for the rock.
Yeah, just $10 a load, so no matter who hauls it. So,
Okay.
if you say, I mean, you're talking probably 80 cents
A ton.
a ton increase.
So if we take our big truck and a pump up there, is that 2 loads?
You know what, I never thought about that, I didn't ask about that. They just said per load.
Because if we're gonna be utilizing them, it might be more effective to,
Yeah,
whatever we can haul the most with.
yeah. Well, and you know, that's one of the things I've looked at too, is you know, getting the belly dumps, whatever else to haul material too, you know, that's something we're looking at, is whether we can, you know, per unit price, you know, of doing that too, so.
So do you foresee that everybody's gonna be doing, the other quarries will be doing?
Well, I did get a price increase in Parchment about 25 cents a ton across the board as of the first year. So,
And have they gotten any testing done by KDOT?
who's that?
Parchments.
Well,
I know Ham had 4 of them done this last year. I didn't get a copy of them. I keep forgetting about
Well,
it.
I
wonder-
would assume so
I
if
just-
they're keeping their KDOT specs. I don't follow up with it, but.
Okay,
We're
okay, then
telling them
I'll
what
do
kid
that,
that
I'll do
was
that,
right.
because I know they didn't, the last year when I did all that research, they didn't have any, current.
Did you? Harshman?
Harshman's.
Okay, well, I mean,
So-
that's their responsibility to keep that up, I mean.
They gotta keep that one vein tested, so that they can keep spec.
So, and that's the one we would buy from, if we would buy.
The other vein is just a commercial
Yeah.
van. that is-
Well, and honestly, the typically when you go down there and buy commercial grade stuff, you just get more of the fines, as compared to what you get for other stuff, but
But that's not what we would buy.
I understand. I'm just saying that's what we've done in the past. But like I said, that was just 25 cents. Well, that was from $8.24 to $8.49 on most of the stuff we buy, so it's 25 cents.
So based on, and I'm just gonna, I don't have my figures in front of me, but based on what you're saying, as far, and you sent me a text a while back on that. So the $8 rock is not KDOT spec. I went through all that last year, so when you're buying $8, that's not KDOT spec, because even Harshman's came back with a higher price. Can't remember what it was, and they haul it in from this quarry, Waverly, thank you.
Yeah.
And that's where they primarily get it all, but it was not $8. The $8 is what we've been buying for years.
Right.
That does not meet KDOT spec, so if that's what you're buying, you're not buying KDOT spec.
Well, that's, I guess, misinformation because I thought it was. Now, I do know the stuff coming in from Waverly, yeah, that's considerably higher because of the trucking.
And that's KDOT spec, right there, that's what we went through last year.
Okay.
So when you're saying they're charging us $11 or whatever it is up north, and we're getting a golly super buy down here, you're not buying the same thing.
Well, I mean, to say the same thing, there's all sorts of things to consider when it comes to that.
Okay, KDOT specs.
Well, but I'm saying that you get the difference between an 1.25 inch rock or 2-inch rock or a 3 to 6 inch rock, there's all sorts of different
I
things.
got
to
it,
do.
I got it, I got it, but like I say, you're not buying at $8 a rock, you must be buying pebbles if it's KDOT spec, based on the information I had last year.
No, actually, what they do is they just put that same price on like the first 4 things that you get, just across the board. That's just what they specify.
But I will check that out, because I seen him, at the training. I don't know if he stopped off at their booth or not, but I got some more information, that's where I found out that they had some more testing done on their rock.
Okay?
And, I know there's a standard of something like 1.5 inches or something like that, give or take, 1.25 inches, 1.5 road rock, which is where I always started on when I was investigating this out a little bit, the standard. And you can go off the gamut either way you wanna go, big or small, whatever. And I tried to compare apples to apples with Ham and Harshman. And like I say, the $8 rock in that size, the normal size, 2 different qualities. So, I don't know.
You might check with Harshman
I'll
to see
do all
if they're
that out,
doing the
yeah.
testing.
Yeah.
Well, we knew we weren't getting the KDOT spec on the base rock, the big stuff.
Right. Okay.
I think I remember last year, it was moved in motion
Yeah.
to go only with the vein
Sure.
that had the KDOT spec.
Sure.
It can still
All
come
of the,
in from
all of the
Harshman.
quarries were notified, and I know Harshman's aware of it.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I don't know if you've got misinformation, but as far as I know, they had to have special permission to buy anything else other than KDOT rock,
Right.
and so they know.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
But still good for you to.
Yeah, well, I know, I knew about the state approved rock, so. Which brings up the next question, is we talked about using, incorporating rock into 330s. Now, one thing that we talked about in the past is, would it be possible to use the Burkamp rock to incorporate into the base?
That's really bad rock, a lot of that is. That's the pile that's sitting up there at, what used to be the lay yard that they would not even use.
Well, I'm going by the fact that Scott Burkamp told me that he's had this tested and that it meets or exceeds that requirement. I think the only thing that they're looking at is they don't want to pay the money to have it certified through the state or whatever else. But-
I guess I don't understand that, because the state doesn't charge to do those tests. The
They
state
do it a
does
couple
not
times a year
charge.
for free.
They do,
Well-
that's right.
or maybe it's the paperwork, I don't know. But we had talked about, being able to use this rock and base and stuff like that because it was gonna be covered up with better rock.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're using it for base rock, we had never specifically said the base rock has to be KDOT, it's the gravel.
Yeah.
No, I remember specifically having the conversation out here because when somebody brought that up, they said, I said, well, isn't the base the most important part? Why put junk on the base when we have so many roads now that I'm understanding the base is falling apart? And I would wonder why. If I remember right, and I can go back and look at the video, but I thought we said our roads. Now, I do know we did discuss once before about potholes and certain little areas that you would fill in with something less bigger rock that maybe didn't, but I don't remember actually saying we're gonna use it. Because now you're starting to get everything all mushed together.
I had thought when we were having that discussion that
Well-
we were still going to be able to use the what, is that 3 inch or
Right.
above?
What I'm looking for is to put that in the base, because here's one of the huge things is just the trucking. If we can get it out of their quarry out east of Lincolnville compared to going to Woodbine or Harshman, whatever else, we could, cut some costs there.
What size are you looking at?
Well, probably 2 inch. So, but I can find out what they have available and more information, I guess, if you wanna do that, but that's what I'm looking at, is just trying to put that in the road. I'd love to use the crushed concrete, but we haven't got that worked out yet either, so.
Bryce, this is rhetorical, I think, but the base, no matter what you use, as long as you've got a good cap and good crown and good ditches. Is that?
It's anything that we put in there is better than what's there now. Just put it that way.
Okay, so then educate me on that. How does the base fail? If the cap and what he
It's
said,
because-
how does that work? So then we can't blame the base on our roads that are failing.
Because it's flat bladed and then the water sits and then soaks down and then gets down.
Right-
So
right
as long
now-
as you keep it rolling away, it
Right
never
now,
touches
well,
the base.
we've got the same thing on Nighthawk, we've got the same thing up there. There is really no base down there besides a wet clay or whatever else. By incorporating that and putting rock in there, you put structure, you also dry it out a little bit to recompact that. Therefore, it makes a better thing to drive with.
So you're saying you can buy soft rock and put that on a base, as long as it's large? I mean, I'm trying to learn here.
Well, and technically speaking, a soft rock is still better than
Mushy clay.
mushy clay. Even to say that it's a soft rock, whatever that,
So we have mushy clay right now, right?
well, yeah.
So you're saying it's better than what we have?
Well, yeah, I mean, I honestly, if we went in and just mixed up what we got now, put some air to it and recompact it, it's gonna be better than what we've got now.
But what is the right way to do it? Would you say as an engineer, what is the right way?
Tear it all out, put in 6 inches of aggregate base and about 6 inches of asphalt on top of it.
We have never put 6 inches on top of it, I don't think.
Okay, give me 6 inches ag base and 4 inches asphalt, and I can fix it. I mean, plain and simple, we're talking about something temporarily until we can try to get this worked out.
Yeah, I mean, the 330th, we were looking at a temporary fix, correct?
Well, if we had talked about whether we're gonna do the full depth reclamation on Nighthawk, we could put that in there too, to at least get the base taken care of. But, what we're looking to do is just these really bad areas, just to carry them over till we make that decision if we get KDOT money or whether we decide to use the money to do it ourselves.
You're talking 330th from where? From,
Tampa to Quail Creek.
okay. And you're talking about just tearing up patch areas and putting this soft, what if that doesn't fix it? What if 2 years from down the road we're in a sick road or something?
It won't last under 2 years.
The way it is.
Yeah.
Do you have access to any crushed concrete other than what we've been talking about on 77?
No.
Doesn't APAC have those big piles over by First? They've
I
got,
don't think that's crushed concrete though.
there's none, I thought I drove by there and it
There is
looked like
the,
it.
there is the crushed concrete, that's been crushed up there, I can't think of the gentleman's name. I talked to him and basically buying the crushed concrete and pay him replacement price, he wanted about $20 a ton. And so I said, we can't justify that, so.
What would your estimate be to do what you're suggesting right now?
Estimate for what?
To do that patchwork that you're talking about doing.
Dollar
down to
figure
20,
or
yeah.
ton?
What are you talking about, dollar per
To
ton?
fix a
Well,
mile,
I-
I'm talking about a mile.
The one you're
How much-
asking for permission for.
Well, I don't know per mile because I don't know what points we would pick and choose. We'd like to pick and choose, you know, the worst part, just to do as little as we can. I mean, I don't have any what there, but.
What's the dollars per ton to get this rock that you're talking about?
If we go like $2, I think it runs, or 2-inch, I think it runs. I remember if that was in the $8.50 a ton or which one it was, and I don't remember what it looked like. I can find out for sure, but, and I can find out more information as to how much we thought, you know, square yards or whatever else, so.
So last year on, not last year, I'm sorry, yeah, last year on 3/30th, okay, so last year, well, last fall, when Jesse was doing his chip and seal on the various roads up north, we had that huge discussion on that 3/30th in Quail, okay? And he said it was $17,000 a mile to do the chip and seal,
Okay.
okay? Well, that road was in such bad shape, and I noticed that on most of the other roads that were done up there, they did the chip and seal, and within a month it started breaking again. So I said, just stay off of 3/30th, don't waste the county money to do something that's gonna only last a month. And so that section of road, 3/30th from Tampa, out to Quail, and then Quail up a little further out, we did not chip and seal. And I'm thankful we didn't, because we saved $17,000 a mile on a road that it was not worth putting that much money into. So, I'm going back to my same theory right there, because if we're only gonna patch it, and I wanna know how much we're gonna spend, that it's only gonna be a year or two, I'm wondering if doing what you're doing now by just putting cold patch, which one's cheaper? I mean, I hate to spend a whole bunch of
The
tax
cheapest thing to do
dollars.
is do nothing. I mean, honestly, if that's what you're looking at is dollars,
I'm looking at doing, I'm asking, because I just said, it might be better to just continue doing what you're doing now, just by cold patching, or throwing that stuff in.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
we
I don't
can't, but
know.
we can't, some of those areas up there are 700 feet long, we can't afford to put cold patch in there. Cold patch per se runs us $100 a ton, you know,
And it don't stay in where we are.
and it's this cold, it's not gonna stay.
Blades tick it,
Huh?
blades hit it, and it.
I just think in the condition that road is, it needs to be tore up.
Well, I mean, you know, we talked about that.
Until we can get something solid up there.
That was
You're just
my-
gonna fight it and spend money on it.
But you say tore up, you're not saying take it back to rock, because
Well,
that'll bring the.
you would
people
have to
in.
leave it for several years as gravel to get the base.
Honestly, that's correct. That's the best thing to do, is to tear it up and let it settle
Same
out,
thing that
and
happened with
then
330.
come back down the road, and if you wanna overlay it or whatever else.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's got traffic, I know it's inconvenience, but we did that for years up on the 330th West until we finally put the money together and did it right.
Yeah,
And that's because the people were just yelling and screaming about it.
Well-
I mean, otherwise.
where do you want them to yell and scream? I can pick up.
Any road that we did that to, there's
Yeah.
gonna be some of that.
Yeah, you know, and I told you when I first took this job, some of these roads, based on traffic volume, shouldn't be paved.
Right,
If
is
you wanna
this-
call this paved, an inch or two of asphalt is not paved.
Well, I'll
this-
agree with you on that. I
Is
agree
this
with
a
you
high
on that.
volume road?
What's that?
You got is it a high volume road by you're over and under?
No,
What
it's
was it?
roughly,
Was it 400
well,
traffic?
there was a part right east of Tampa that said to 400, and I don't know why that is, but the part down by Quail Creek was 175 vehicles a day.
But you've got a lot of big trucks on it. That's where
Well-
there's a lot of weight.
Use it a lot.
And that's going to change with that new feedlot up there too. They're gonna have a lot of
It's
trucks.
gonna be more.
Yeah, so.
That's why I think they're, you know, my perception is it just needs to be tore up and get it solid.
Well, I mean, and that's one way to look at it, but again, I can't do that this time of year either.
Right.
You know, and we talked about that before. If we go back and do that, we're gonna take our guys for, what, month, 6 weeks, 2 months, whatever else, going in there and do that, or if we contract it out, do the full depth reclamation, you know, it's all in the scheme of things, so. I guess in order to maybe think about this more, I'll go out there and get a rough idea how many spots we're looking at, you know, stuff to that effect. it's not gonna happen till the first year anyway at the earliest, so get back with you on
That's a good
that.
idea. I'd like to hear that.
And you know, you're talking about the cost increase. Would it be wise to stockpile some rock now at the 2019?
We stockpile rock down at the south shop, but you can only stockpile so much rock.
Right.
And then where do you stockpile it? You know, then the other thing is you're actually hauling it twice.
I
Yeah, when you dump it on the
understand.
ground, then you gotta have a loader to pick it back up, so I don't think it's the best thing to do, just haul it as
Since
needed.
one has to.
Every time you touch it costs money.
Yep. Well, like I said, just taking it, because, and the issue we have now is anytime we take a loader out somewhere, we almost have to have it plugged in to keep it warm to start. So, yeah. But we do keep some out the south shop just for, you know, weekends, emergency, stuff like that. And actually, when we had that bridge up there at 280th and Vista, we actually hauled out the south shop just to get back on those. All right. We actually, as part of the stuff we were looking to purchase, we actually had quotes. Our air conditioning machine for the shop to recharge our equipment hasn't been performing real well. I'd like to replace that, as well as our 24-volt charger. We went to Marion Auto as well as CarCrest and got those. The quotes are identical equipment. Marion Auto was low on the battery charger and CarQuest was low on the air conditioning recharge machine. So we'd like to have permission to go ahead and get those. The air conditioning machine actually, we found out was not charging correctly, and we were overcharging and undercharging the equipment and actually was causing us some problems. So that's why we're going to replace that. We're hoping that this 1, 2, 3, 4 refrigerants or Freon, whatever else, stays out of equipment for a long time, because obviously we'd have to go out and buy something else to do that or send it out somewhere. So, but like I said, the identity.
To recharge your equipment.
Yes, yeah. You know, with the age of our equipment, stuff like that, we go through seals and stuff like that quite frequently, so we have to recharge our own stuff.
Time you open it.
Yeah, you have to. And this does go in, it evacuates it, and we can fix everything, go back in, it's like anything else, you need to save your.
You don't need approval on the battery charger.
If it's under 1,000, correct. I was just letting you know that they were identical.
Okay,
piece of
we do
equipment, so-
need approval on the, what is that called, charger?
Yes.
Uh,
Well, the air conditioner,
Air-
yeah.
And the low bid on that from CarQuest in Hillsborough was $3,514.99 in comparison to the Marion Auto bid of $4,250. So I will make a motion to approve the CarQuest bid.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Okay.
You need these, Tina.
Yeah, at least a copy.
We'll need the other one. Well,
We need that back to which we kind of talked about before with the winter operations and everything else, possible different things. One of the things I'm looking at too is, and I know could be a substantial outlay as far as money is, currently we do not have a dedicated wash bay. We just wash things on the east side of the shop. That water runs down into the dirt right there, basically makes a mess. Come to find out, we actually do have a dedicated wash pit out at by the alley. It's got a grate on it and everything else. From what I understand, there's a possibility that some of our grates inside may be connected to that. One of the things I would like to do is to build a dedicated wash bay out there. Would mean basically a cinder block or a concrete frame up to 6-8 feet, totally enclosed, heated. That way, with a new drain, everything else going out to that place. One of the things that we always have to do is every time we wash equipment off with grease and oil, stuff like that, is we don't have a catch system. We haven't really been called on it, but I can only imagine it's gonna be coming up.
Gonna be called out on that.
What's that? Well, yeah, I mean, we've talked about it. We also wash our distributor. We have to use biodegradable solvents on that. So it'd be nice to be able to pull that in there. The other thing is, like when we're out plowing snow and stuff like that, we can pull those trucks in there and wash them all off and get them cleaned up. You have the salt and stuff like that. It's gonna help maintain the equipment down the road too. So, based on initial cost estimates, based on the size we're looking at, it probably would be in the $150,000 range. Doesn't have to have, approval right now, but it's just something to think about this next year.
Yeah, I
And
think
then-
we need to talk about that in next year's budget.
Yeah, but it's just something to look at. The other thing is currently with our new M motor graders, with our hydraulic on the front and stuff to that effect, we can just barely get them into the bays of the shop now. The one we pull in, I mean, we're literally 6 inches from the door with the front of it, gives us about a 2.5 to 3 foot walk space behind it. So you constantly have things bumping into that and whatever else. We have extension cords going across there. It'd really be nice to possibly look at maybe extending one of those bays or all the bays to give us, you know, even an extra 10 feet or something to that effect. Again, it's on a wish list, but that's something that'd be nice because it's kind of a pain to work on stuff when people are walking by and tripping over each other and stuff to that effect, so.
I think we need to look at a new location before we.
Well,
spend a lot of money.
and you know, we've talked about that too, but, you know, that would encompass all that at the same time, but, so anyway, and I think that's it. I don't wanna take any more time up from
Okay,
Brandy.
all right, thank you.
She's already an hour.
She's already out.
Thanks, Brian. Okay, Brandy?
Can this just be open or what?
Are you just announcing that you've had an employee resign?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's something. Yeah, I'm doing good for my first month. I had an employee resign. His last day is the 20th. Switching departments. Kind of needed a change, he said, so Tina's helped me get the ad and stuff in the paper so we can get somebody else to do that. So for right now, the person that helps us with the weed department, he now has to be down there full time. So the other guy, starting Saturday, they will be working, what, 4.5 hours-ish. Saturday's about 4.5 hours. Usually on Saturday, they worked a full 8 hours because then the next Friday they got off. It's kind of a weird setup. So both of those guys will now work Monday through Saturday. So there's no time off for them. And then Martin, who runs the truck, so when he's there, the other one, he tries to help me run recycling and HHW and everything. So if nothing should change, but we always want to have 2 people down there just for the safety of everybody. So that's what we're trying to cover for now.
You're gonna advertise.
Yes, I said Tina helped me get that. She got that in the paper. I think I probably have it this week. I think we seen it last week. So that's out there. So yeah, that was all.
Okay.
That's all I had.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that was very short. Thank you.
Yeah?
And we're back on schedule. Okay, next item on the agenda, I'd asked Tina to put on there about a COLA for 2019. You have all the information in there, what history has been, what the cost would be. Thought it'd be a good time to bring that up for discussion. As you can see, in the past, there's been some merit raises, some COLA raises. Last year, there was nothing. I know the basic COLA index for 2019, based on what they do for Social Security and that sort of thing, is 1.6. Discussion?
So I'm gonna flip a little bit from the way I've been in the past, because I did a lot of work on this, okay? I have never been in favor of a percentage increase, because what you're doing is the people who are at the higher end of the pay scale make a lot more money, and the people at the bottom
Sure.
are always the people at the bottom. So I'm totally opposed to the 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, whatever. And in my trainings, I found from other counties, they are starting to give just a 25 cent an hour raise or 50 cent or whatever across the board. So I did some calculating myself. And I'm just throwing this out. If we were to give, for example, a 25 cent per employee an hour raise, that would give every employee $520 a year more. That actually, it
It's
gave
on
us,
40 hour.
no, that's on 2080.
Right. That's 40 hours a week.
That's a 40-hour week, yes, okay, and that's what I'm basing it on, I have to start somewhere. If we gave them a 50 cent an hour raise, that's $1,040. But every employee gets the same increase, okay? On the flip side of that coin, when you have an employee that's working at $12 an hour, and you give them, just for example, a 2% increase, that's 24 cents an hour. But you give somebody that's making $80,000 a year, you give him the same 2%, then he's getting $1,600 a year increase, or she, and that's 76 cents. So that's 3 times the money.
Sure.
So my thought is, if we're gonna do it, because we hear about it all the time, employees need raises, okay. I'm gonna propose that we give perhaps, and it's gonna bite the budget, I mean, we might have to finance it, I don't know, but, I'm gonna suggest 50 cents an hour increase to all the employees, that's $1,040, okay? But then, I don't wanna talk about the pay plan and start doing one increase after another, after another, after another.
That's something we need to get started on
If
after
we-
the first of the year.
If we're gonna do the pay plan, then I'm gonna withdraw my proposal, because we're gonna have to get it together. We can't just keep nickel diming the county taxpayer all the time. So we either do, in my opinion, let's give them a 50 cent an hour raise, which is actually like, it's like across the board, it'd be almost like a 1.5%.
And your 50 cents an hour is based on a certain level.
No, 50 cents an hour straight across, no level. Everybody gets the same. Every employee will get $1,040 a year increase, from the lowest paid to the highest paid.
So you don't get rewarded for having
Right.
skills.
This is not a merit. When you're talking about COLA, that's not a merit. That's a different type of raise.
That's a cost of living index
Right.
raise.
And it's, yeah, so we're talking 2 different things here, Mr. Crowfoot. I'm talking about the COLA, but I don't wanna do one now and then 2 months from now do another one. Because we have some instances where employees will come, where we give a COLA, and then we'll give a bonus, and then they hit the year mark and they get a raise, and then before you know, I mean, you know, it's like ding, 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 they get 3 or 4 raises in a year. And not that I'm just saying that I'm trying to control it to where, give a raise, and then be done with it, solve the problem and move on.
In private industry, we give raises on, if they advance their skills and their knowledge, you know,
That's merit, that's right,
Yeah,
that's
all
right,
merit.
yeah.
that's right. I agree with that, but.
And then that rewards the.
Yeah.
the
I'm
people
not
who
gonna
do.
advocate one way or another, but I think we do need to do something for our employees. We didn't do anything last year. Some of the departments went through basically an exceptional year this year based on, you know, if you look at road and bridge, if you look at planning and zoning, if you look at appraiser's office, you know, it was a exceptionally busy year, complicated year, those kind of things, and we did nothing at all last year.
And my only beef is, whatever we do, whether it's pay plan or COLA, I'm gonna do my best to make sure it's fair across the board. Because I really feel bad, we need, in my opinion, the ones that my heart bleeds for are the ones at the bottom, the $12 an hour people. I don't have too much sympathy for the people, you know, that are making $50,000, $60,000 a year. That's a comfortable wage. I mean, a raise would always be nice, but the ones that are struggling on $25,000 a year, trying to raise a family, I think those, and, you know, they're, what, I don't know what they are, usually maintenance people or something, but they're the ones that give the first impression to the county.
We've got a sizable number of employees that are,
Yeah,
say, under $15 an hour, $15 an hour or less.
and that's who my personal feeling is that really deserve the bulk of these. So if we're gonna do pay plan, that's where I would address it, or if you're just gonna do COLA and then forget it for a while. I don't know, that's just what I'm thinking about. Like you said, our budget is, yeah, we can't afford to keep redoing a lot.
Yeah.
And I know some counties that have not given pay raises in 5 years. I just reheard that again at the training.
Because I come from the camp of, your budget is so many dollars, can you shave 2% as a department head? If you can shave 2%, you can use that 2% and reward your employees as how you see fit.
I think that's an awesome idea.
That's just where I'm at. That encourages efficiency and retaining the people that the
Allowing
department head
the
wants.
department heads to utilize that 2% as they see fit.
Mhm. think that's great.
It's a challenge.
So you'd have Bryce cut back on the gravel so you get the employees pay raise.
Well, figure out how to use it more efficiently.
So you would be at, what you're saying is a 2% increase, but 2% to each department to be
Well, if they can't hit
to be
2%.
utilized
if
by
they
the
can
department
only-
head for increases
Yeah,
as
if
they see fit.
If they can only hit 1%, then that 1% is their discretion. I mean, whatever they can cut.
Some have bigger budgets.
Yeah, and that's,
2% of the
oh,
different
and Bryce
budgets.
is excluded.
That'll work on it.
We have department heads here getting input. Would you like to do something like that, where you would be able to look at your employees and say, you know, I know this individual needs more, I don't,
The problem I see is, number one, it's gonna be an absolute nightmare for the clerk and the treasurer, whatever else, to keep track of budgets and money and stuff like that. Now, the idea is I can go out, I can do all the cutting I want to give my employees money. Is it the right way to cut? Like you talk about, I'm not gonna cut raw just to save people, but if I turn around and tell my guys, hey, if we don't buy any equipment, we can save X amount of money, you know, am I shooting myself in the foot by doing that too?
yeah, because then the next year
Exactly.
you're in trouble.
It rolls the other way though, is if you take care of this equipment, we won't need to buy more equipment.
Well, yes, and I will cat out that, we try to take care of the equipment the best we can regardless of what we have. The problem is we still have breakdowns, we have, you know, we go in and rebuild, you know, motors and stuff like that in our equipment, we're $6,000-8,000. But what's the other option, to sell it for salvage, you know, so we are constantly looking at cutting places. Obviously, we got hit hard with the budget and everything else. Yeah, I mean, I can go out and I can save all the money, you know, I look for those, whatever the case may be. But then the other issue is if we get through the whole year and I save 4% or whatever else, well then, is that going to affect my employees starting next year then? Or how does that come into play?
Talking about a carryover.
Well, no, I'm just saying, the only way you're gonna find out what that percentage is gonna be by the end of the year, when our budgets are done as of December 31st.
But then if you say, well, if you say 4%, that don't mean you have to give 4% away.
Right.
And second off, if you do what you just explained by cutting back on this and cutting back on that, then when your evaluation time comes and we look at where you got big pay, big salaries in your department, but
Mhm.
you're not doing your job, that's gonna come back to bite somebody sometime.
Well,
I mean, so you
I
have to
understand
look
what
at
you're
it
saying,
reasonably.
but we're doing our jobs. I mean, that's not coming into play. But the other thing is that, and it's tough to say, it's so tough to be able to, you know, like I said, and I mean, my guys are looking at every little way that we can feasibly do work, you know, faster, smarter, whatever the case would be, to make those changes. But like I said, the other thing that can hurt me is a lot of my things can be out of control, and I just have to do, or out of my hands. Not out of control, but you know, for instance, the rock this year. You know, I got hit so hard there. Well, yeah, we had to come up with places to save that money. We did, but yeah, I'm all for trying to save money to give it back to the employees as long as we can get to that point.
But, you know,
Well, I
you
think-
save money just like we bought a KDOT truck that blew up.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
you know, you just don't know.
Well, the one thing that I would have to say about that is, of that method, is we've tried over the past, and we need to do some updating, but we've tried over the past to establish a set plan to where individuals that do like work are being paid a like wage. And the way it was intended to work was that we would do merit every year and cost of living as we could, and the people that would be doing the higher level work would be able to get ahead a little bit by merit. And then if, you know, and then as time goes, to keep up with the market, to do cost of living every so often. That's the way it's intended to be done. The thing that concerns me about shave this and then use that to however you want with your employees, I think that it's very easy for a department head to get into a discriminatory method of awarding
I
a
agree, yeah.
raise. I don't feel comfortable as an HR professional with that sort of method. completely. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I guess I go back to the
I would be more of
evaluations.
a across the board like Diane's talking about than putting that onus on our department heads, because just as Tina said,
And the other thing
it
is,
can cause some issues.
we talk about raises, and I hate to be the bad guy in the room, but I just mentioned how my insurance
Right.
went up 21% this
Right.
year. If you're getting an insurance sharing, helping, the cost of living, there it is. It's there.
Employees don't see that, they don't take.
Well, I know, but it is the budget, it is the dollar, it is the tax dollar. And I hate to be the bad guy, because I know how valuable your employees are. They're pretty well your number one asset. But it's just, you gotta be honest. I mean,
Yeah, a lot of times any kind of pay raise does go to increase premiums or whatever else for things, and if you don't get something, then you're actually losing money every year too, so.
Yeah, and you know, on, just like our insurance, our employees pay some into it. Well, we have to look at that every year. Does it need to be more? You know?
Insurance is
So-
$3 or $4 an hour.
So, you know,
yeah,
even if you give it 2%, if you have to ask employees to contribute a little bit more to some benefit, why? That
Then you
eats
gotta
at-
get the big alligator tears.
Right.
Yeah, I know, they don't wanna hear that, and I got it, but we pay on an individual employee, on the county portion, $500 and $600 an individual, depending on which plan they choose. That's a lot of money in addition to their salary that the taxpayers are paying, plus the other benefits. So, I mean, it all has to come into this, and that's why I try to be fair, and I know there are some employees that we really do need to address. I just don't know that we have to address them all and all that stuff, but if we do, boy, those percentages kill me.
If I may, one of the things I told my guys when I started here was, if you're working for the county for the pay, then, you know, I thank you. I mean, you work for the county, I mean, obviously pay is one thing, but you've got the benefits, you've got you're home every night, you know, everything else. One of the things that I really instill in my people is if you want to say the emotional stuff, I am always telling them, thank you, I appreciate it, good job. You'd be surprised how far that goes and how we don't do enough
Absolutely.
of that in any kind of organization. But obviously that, you know, the money, ultimately everything does come down to the money, but there are other things that we can do that, you know, can help that out too. But, yeah, it's a very tough situation.
I know in the marketplace that you have now, especially with the younger generation, all they're looking at is
The dollar figures.
the dollars. But, you know, we offer a good benefit package, you know, and like you said, they know when they may have to work a little bit overtime or something, but
Yeah.
they're not traveling to Wichita or Newton or McPherson, you know,
And-
and for families, that's a huge
Yeah.
benefit.
A lot of them have second jobs anyways, but particular farming. You know, a lot of my guys, when they leave, they're straight out to the farm to
Yeah.
subsidize that too. But anyway, it's a tough situation. But I can tell you that coming from a private industry, that the insurance benefits that you offer are considerably cheaper than what you pay in the private industry, for the most part.
No comparison,
Yeah.
Right.
no
So I mean,
comparison.
there is that, plus you have the retirement stuff too, which you don't think about that until you're in your 50s and 60s, and like, hey, I got a pretty good retirement
Probably
plan.
together.
There you go.
Papers is not a bad system to be
Yeah.
in. So, I think we need to do something for our employees. I do think that we still need to have some type of a standard to follow, whether it's the pay plan we've worked on, whether it's something else, but we do need to address that. So everybody will, all the employees will know where they stand, where they're at, where they can get to, those kind of things. That kind of scenario, I think is an employee retention that we really need, you know.
Do you see a lot of employees exiting? I mean, do we really have a problem losing employees?
Well, you see, you know how many 6-month, 1-year raises you see? That's how many That's
Replacements.
Yeah.
replacements generally,
Or
so.
just switching from one department to the other. because you're
Occasionally
gonna
it
see
is,
one here before.
occasionally it is, but,
Yeah.
or being promoted to a different position within their
Correct.
department, but generally speaking, especially, sheriff's office, EMS, road and bridge, the majority of those 6-month and 1-year raises that you're seeing is because they're having trouble retaining.
And the market out there is, the employee can go where they want to now, you know. We're in the market to steal some employees, because there's nobody without a job now. You're gonna have to steal one from somebody else if you want a person. And Jonah's probably the same way. He's always looking out to competition to steal that guy. That's the way it is now.
I mean, it is the employees market right now.
Yeah.
It is.
You know, road and bridge, the guy, bring him in, train him how to operate the crane. He can go anywhere in the United States for double his wages.
And you know, that's interesting too, because actually you should hire people that have a little bit of experience, not just bring somebody in from the street and we have to train them. They should already have the education.
They're
knowledge.
not out there. They already
No.
got a good job.
No,
Yeah, if you wanna get those people, you gotta pay more than
Well, I
what
got
they're
that.
making.
You gotta
I
bring
do
the guy in
understand
who knows
that, and
nothing
I
and
think
train
that's a
him.
better way to hire people than it is just to hire somebody green and.
But
Because once we train them, that's what we find, once we pay for all the training, then they lead to someplace else experience.
No, they should treat him right. and keep-
here's a caveat to that though. Some of the people you bring in, you have to retrain. If they come in with certain preconceived notions about this, I can tell you, because as a graduate engineer, I got taken in, the first thing they said was, you don't know anything. We're gonna teach you what you need to know. So you got, if I got guys, well, yeah, I'd run all this equipment for you, put them in there. How do you start this thing? You know, so you got the same situation. So it's pros or cons either way. I mean, I'd love to find somebody with experience, education, whatever else, but they don't exist around here.
Well, bringing it back to where we were, my thought is, we need to make a choice, either we're gonna do a COLA, or we're gonna talk about the pay plan seriously after the first of the year. Or,
We should do
just
something
do it.
today. I mean,
what?
we need to do a raise or something today.
Well, I'm saying, I'm opposed to doing a COLA and then do the pay plan. Because the
Was
pay
it put
plan's
on the
gonna
agenda
address it.
for response today?
It was put on the agenda, you can
Just
do
to-
whatever,
Yeah.
whichever.
I had it put on the agenda just because I knew we needed to talk about it before year end, especially since we did nothing last year.
Christmas.
I do wanna, if you're gonna consider a bonus, then that would probably need to be decided today, so we could have it ready, but, I do wanna just mention one thing. I mean, I know you're saying do a COLA and then don't do anything with the pay plan, but really, the board needs to take some time, do some work sessions, and even if you do a COLA, we still need that pay plan to be put in place, a pay plan to be updated to where we have a method, like Kent was saying, of employees to be, we know they're hired at this rate for this position, and this is how they move forward. You've gotta have a structure, otherwise you're gonna be all willy-nilly again with just people coming in whenever and asking for increases, and that's not,
So then I would say we just forego the COLA this time and do the pay plan after the first of the year.
it doesn't mean that you have to implement anything. What I'm saying
I
is,
understand what you're saying, but I'm
work
just-
on it.
Because the way because just to implement a raise, now even though I broke it down to 25 cents an hour, 76 cents an hour, you are looking at, anywhere between $70,000 a year to $120,000 a year increase
Sure.
in salaries. And we're already struggling with the transfer station and a whole host of other stuff, road and bridge and so on. So if we implement the COLA right now at that, there you have already $100,000. And I can promise you our insurance is gonna go up this year. We're gonna have that to be faced with, and that's gonna be coming down the road before too long. And then we go into the pay plan and we do more increases and stuff. I mean, we're just absolutely, where do we gotta look at the whole picture. And I wanna take care of the employees, but not bing. We
All
just can't
I'm
afford
saying
it. We
is-
just can't afford it.
I'm not saying to go and do a whole bunch of adjusting once you have the pay plan done in the same year if you've already given a raise. What I'm saying is, if you give the raise, which I think the employees, should have something.
Yeah, we need to establish.
You
this
still need to
structure.
establish a structure
I
to
got
utilize
that.
as you move forward.
And I got that.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying to add any dollars to that in the,
Well, as soon as you implement the pay plan though, anybody that's 5 cents short of that pay plan, then they're gonna want that raise.
you can figure out how to phase things in. If you have positions that are below the market or that need to be adjusted. I'm saying if you're doing what you said, what you suggested, and do a cost of living in the manner you suggested for 2020, then during 2020, you work on getting the people and the positions classified the way you want and figure out how to phase that in if there are some that still need to move in the next year.
Okay, so what you're not saying though is if we do what I suggested now, okay, with the COLA, the way I said, like 50 cents an hour or whatever it is for everybody across the board, then that doesn't mean come January and February, we're gonna hit it again. We have the year to implement.
That's what I'm saying, you should take,
Yeah, you need to
use
study.
several
Yeah,
work
we need-
sessions to
yeah.
get that in
It's gonna be
place.
We need to get that
And
done
have
next
it,
year.
I think it would be ideal if you could do it within the first 6 months of the year to get that worked out how you want it. If you provide something for the employees now, that's great. Over the next 6 months, before you prepare your 2021 budget, figure out the rest of the structure and then be ready with a plan of how to phase that in and know so that we can estimate for the budget if there are changes in classifications that need to occur, then we would be able to plan that for 2021 and we would know what we're looking at financially.
Plus, you can.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
can do a multi-year phase-in.
Sure.
So,
Yeah.
you know, you're not taking the hit right up front.
Yeah,
So would, to offer at this time, if we're gonna do that, a bonus, like you did the other year, maybe $150 an employee, do a bonus right now, because that's gonna cost us about $25,000, a one-time deal. They have something, and then go into the pay plan and get something worked out.
So then, does that mean you would be looking at implementing and putting dollars into the pay plan in 2020? Because that wasn't what I was suggesting.
No, I'm
But
not.
if,
you
but
have
I'm
on
asking
the-
that,
on
if you're
the-
not gonna do that, would you be thinking then that you're gonna do some implementation of that pay plan to where there would be wages for the
Yes.
employees in
Yes.
2020?
Yes, yes. I'm also thinking too, we do have some people who have had raises just in the past, 2 or 3 months, okay? So now you give the COLA and then implement the pay plan again. You're taking the bigger people up. And I'm worried about the little people staying down.
can you
So I
implement the
mean-
pay plan in 6 months or 3 months?
I wouldn't, if we're gonna do a COLA right
I've
now,
seen
I would
it.
say 6 months, because that's a
Well,
lot to
we
think
would
about.
want to get that in place prior to consideration of the 2021
Right,
budget.
that's what I'm saying. I would not, I would, as a board, my
It
recommendation
wouldn't
would be
affect
to
your voice.
spend the time.
Yeah.
It would not affect the wages till 2021. But if we're able to figure it out within the first 6 to 7 months, then we would at least know the budget impact. And as we're preparing the budget for 2021, I'm not saying to fund it before then.
And the structure
And then
like that.
Yeah, have
you
the
know,
structure
that
there.
it gives us flexibility on if we come up with something, how to implement it, how much time we need to implement it. Because, you know, we may need to get 3-4 years out before we fully fund it.
Yeah.
And there may not be that many, you know, there are some positions that do need adjusting.
Up until then, it would still operate on a merit basis.
Well, we're not really operating
We're
on
not.
merit right
It's
now
not.
unless the board says, it's up to the board each
Yeah.
time. So if
We
you
can
did
give
a
a-
raise, you could do a merit
We
raise
can give a
now.
bonus, we can give a cost of living, you know.
We don't have a system.
So it's completely open without a CEO.
And see, right now, we give raises for all kinds of things, Jerry. We give raises for longevity. You know, you just stay here for 5 years, you get a pay raise. We give raises for merit. We give raises for.
Well, not
when-
frequently,
when-
you have the history of the
Yeah.
merit.
We-
You know,
we
it's
have,
supposed to
yes.
work together to where you have a small increase for merit and then you have you've got ways to move forward. And that's the way our previous pay plan was set up. So-
But if we did something just on merit, and we could do away with those other, because not everybody has to give a longevity. you know, at the end of the 20 years or something like that, you can give an award or something like that. It doesn't necessarily have to be a pay increase.
No, and that can be discussed when we're talking about.
Well, and that was
pay
one of the
plan.
recommendations on the pay plan, it was that you don't include the longevity part within your pay structure. That it's a separate animal if you decide to do it.
But, you know, this is something we need to decide on, so we can get it either, like I said, a bonus to be paid by the end of the year, or a COLA increase for 2020.
I think this takes further discussion. I think we ought to move to the bonuses, because that's time pressing, right?
Not that much.
Well, if you're gonna do a bonus, we need to get it done so that it'd be able to issue those.
Well, and if you're gonna do a cost of living effective January, then we'd also need that information soon, fairly soon.
So if I'm looking at the cost of living, before you
And I
add
don't know
the
where those
percent,
numbers come up to.
you're looking at, without doing anything, you're still gonna increase the budget at 35,000.
Yeah, that's because we've added staff members in
Right.
certain departments,
Right.
sheriffs particularly.
So I do
That's
question
correct.
that figure though, Tina. I didn't understand where you come up with that figure, and I'm using,
You take the 35 out of the 72.
no, I got that, but I also thought what we just went through with pay plan at the end of the month, and just our payroll was $386,000. Well, 1% of $386,000 is, right at $39,000.
Our payroll was,
I'm not talking benefits, I'm
this
talking just payroll.
includes the total cost, including benefits.
Benefits.
Well, that can't possibly be, because that would be 500, that would be 519,000. 1% of that would be 51,000 or so.
Okay,
not-
this is salaries only, excuse me,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have to look at what I gave you again.
I got it. The
So
numbers-
this,
I got it. The numbers are-
so the 2019 budget number, that's what was in this year's budget.
Mhm.
And then when I figured the 2020 budget based on the personnel numbers that you guys approved at budget time, that's where this came from. And I haven't looked at it again to update it.
It's-
But if you did 1%, the increase over, for salaries was the 37,174. And it's the difference between, as Jonah said, we added some staff. You've added, I believe, 2 in the sheriff.
So we have an increase regardless.
Yeah, there's an
Stay at
increase
0.
regardless, but
Okay,
it's,
so-
that's the budgeted
So-
increase.
So, but it doesn't add up in my book, because if we've just paid $386,000 for 1 month, for a year, that's 4,641,000.
Yeah,
Okay, so 1% of that then is 46,000, not 37.
but what I'm saying is, yeah, it might be less. I'm giving
No.
you conservative numbers, because if you look at,
I
see
see
my
you're giving
total
us
for the year.
conservative numbers. I'm looking at realistic numbers. So, I mean, because if we're
I'm
gonna
not
take
sure I
numbers-
understand what you mean, I'm sorry.
Diane, she's up on the
Well,
screen.
if this is what we paid for 1 month.
Right, times 12.
Times 12 is $4,641,000.
Right, and I'm showing
1% of that is that.
I'm showing 4,932,000.
Got it there,
4,932.
She's up on the screen. Diane.
Okay, so even at 4,932,000, 1% of that is 49,000, not 37,000. I guess is where I'm, now, that's irrelevant, but I'm just saying, when I worked it out, I'm just trying to get a realistic increase number rather than a conservative one.
When I'm saying conservative, I try to overestimate expenses and underestimate revenue, so.
Well, you're not, I think I get where she's coming from. You're taking the new salaries and you're not applying the cost of living to those new salaries, because you're removing it.
That's not what she's doing there. I don't know what she's doing, because look at, the facts are the facts. 4,900,000, 1% is 49,000. I mean, you like numbers, they don't lie. Okay, so, that is an increase of 49,000. Now, she's showing just below that a 1% increase would be 37,000. I'm saying that number is not,
Okay,
Correct, the
well,
way
I
I
can
have it.
double check the math.
okay, but that's okay, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant at that
What I
point.
did was I just took the budget numbers that we were looking at the time,
Okay.
to show you.
What we need to do something. I'm not saying that everything's right, but, you know, I'm willing to, I believe we need to do something for our employees but I also believe we need to also be looking at the pay plan, whatever that structure is gonna be, and try to get that worked through in the next 6 or 7 months, so everybody knows what we're going through. Last year, we did nothing. And can we do a COLA and a bonus both?
You can do whatever you choose to do.
Well, I'm gonna make a motion, we approve a 1% COLA with a $150 bonus for our employees.
So you're gonna reward the people at the higher end more than the lower people?
What is your figures come out to be when you figured in the 25 cents versus the 50 cents?
Okay,
What is
25
that
cents.
total number?
Okay, 25 cents, I got that too. 25 cents an hour is $250 a person. Okay, per year. That's per year.
Closer to 500.
Yeah,
No,
the
2% is 500 on somebody making, well, okay, see, so when you do it the way I'm doing it, okay, I'm sorry, let me tell you, I'm sorry, I was on the wrong page, yes.
520.
Okay, if you do 25 cents, $520 a year per employee, that's $59,800 increase. If you do a 50-cent increase per
1%.
employee, that's $1,040 per employee.
That's
That
my
comes to
motion, plus a $150 bonus.
$119,600 increase in budget.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Right there, I'm sorry, I had too many
You're right.
writings there.
Kind of looking at it in comparison to your COLA numbers.
I'm gonna second that motion. Kent made.
Okay, there's a motion on the table, second it for a 1% with a 101% COLA with a $150 bonus for for all employees excluding commission. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I think we need more time.
So you're abstaining?
He's opposed, I'm opposed.
Fails for lack of
I'd like to
a
make
majority?
a motion that we do $150 bonus.
I'll second that.
Okay, well, we've got a motion on the table to do a flat $150 bonus.
Not for the commission.
Not for the commission, excluding the commission. And seconded by Diane. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
Are you still thinking?
I'm so thinking.
I'm not saying we can't do the COLA later.
So is you abstaining?
No?
I vote no. Have to wait for Randy.
Okay. The ayes for the lack of majority.
Okay.
Do you know if Randy's gonna be here today?
I believe that when he was talking about possibly having a meeting this morning, he was gonna see if he could be here for later in the day. if he
Can
wanted
we
to, so.
move any discussion, or do we need to move it to next week, or was that gonna be too late?
I think that if you decide to amend the agenda, you can table this and discuss it again later, if you decide to do that.
Let's go ahead and table that until later.
Talk about it
Till
No.
when?
2 o'clock.
Okay, let's move on. Is Ricky here?
It's set up right there.
Ricky?
Yeah, he's out here somewhere
Kristen?
else.
I'm still trying to go through the numbers.
Hey, Rick.
And I can provide more, if you need more information,
That's where I'm-
I can do that too. so.
I'm not trying to be difficult,
No.
I'm just trying to, looking at the budget, I'm just,
And I'm trying to, he's looking at the budget, I'm trying to be fair to the employees. I don't think a 1%, 2%, 3% is fair.
Go ahead, Ricky.
Hi, guys.
Morning.
Morning. Pass those around, take one and pass one of those around.
Do you have that?
Yeah, do you wanna put something up there?
Sure.
It's on that drive.
I dropped 2 here, one needs to go to 2 now.
Yeah, go that,
Commission, top
the
one.
top one, try that one. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Just go to the, yeah, just full size it. There you go. Yep, okay.
Oop, hold on. Oh, it's showing, okay, it looks different on mine, that's all right.
That's gonna be hard if, I guess, I'm just sitting here, I'll keep looking over my shoulder, I know I will.
Sit in the chair up here.
Yeah. Okay. Can I do that? Can I sit over there or not? Or do I need to be here for the microphone? I didn't know.
You can turn the
As long as you
microphone.
can speak loud enough to where it picks up what you're saying.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm a loud guy. I mean, I got a big
Yeah, we
mouth. Can't, you know that, so anyway. Okay. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and get started here. I know we've obviously got plenty on your agenda this morning. I do have and it really is a fairly short presentation. I don't mean for it to be that formal. That helps me to organize my thoughts, guys. And so I put together a short presentation, but it isn't all that long. And hopefully we can leave, I think we've got plenty of time for if you have any questions or we can have discussion. And I would certainly would like to keep this thing informal. Interrupt me at any time. How's that? Okay. So anyway, let's go on then, Tina, to that. If you can advance that one. There we go. I want to start, and that's the same map that Tristan pulled up and passed around her phone the last time. What I want to begin with is just a little bit of history here with districting. And at the same time, Marion County also has some history in these discussions, and I'll also get to the discussions in the past that Marion County has had with this same topic, all right? The first thing I'll point out is that extension districting is not new. It actually started in 1994, so it's not necessarily a new thing. When extension districting began, it started with where you see Post Rock 1. That was the first district that formed. But when that district actually formed, it was just Lincoln and Mitchell County. And the Post Rock district has actually expanded 2 different times and to get to its current size of 5 counties. But when it started in 94 with Lincoln and Mitchell counties. Then in 1996, that Walnut Creek district out west with Lane, Ness, and Rush counties, that formed in 96. And that would have been the second district. After 96, things kind of went silent for a while. And there wasn't much activity in the state with districting. And then in 2004, Saline and Ottawa counties districted, and what is called Central Kansas District there. And that formed in 2004. So from 96 to 04, we actually didn't see any activity. And then CKD formed in 2004. Since 2004, it has been very steady growth in districting. And when we get to this now, we're at 18 districts, but that map isn't completely right because districts number 19 and 20 have formed, and they will begin on July 1. One of the quirky things about the extension district law is they can only form 1 day out of the year, and that's July 1. And so if you have everything in and everything is approved on August 1, you get to wait till July 1, okay? So, but we have 2 districts that are waiting on July 1. They've been approved, and that will be Finney and Scott County out west. That district is approved and done. And then also Edwards and Stafford County, right there where Tristan's pointing. And Pawnee County was supposed to be a part of the Edwards and Stafford, and then for some reason, they pulled out, and I don't know why. They had pulled out, but Edwards and Stafford is going to proceed on. And so districts 19 and 20 have formed. And so what you have now, guys, it's 55% of the counties, and I added it up. It's 55% of the counties in the state are now in an extension district. If we look at the growth that's happened since, like I said, 2004 to where we're at today, I can say this with some certainty. This is the model that all are headed. That's what I can say with certainty. That is the model that all is headed. I will tell you that there is not any extension personnel around the state that is not paying attention to that map and what their neighbors are doing. Because right now there are 2 counties that I can tell you are in a bind and don't know where they're going to go. And down here, and I'm going to get up now, but in the southeast corner, those rascals, okay, I wasn't part of that discussion. Eventually they're going to run into a problem. The other one that's going to happen is right up there at Marshall County. And they're simply, I can assure you, everybody is paying attention to that and wants to know, because in some regards it's a little bit like the musical chairs. When the music stops, everybody hopes they've got a chair somewhere. Okay? So that's how that is. Okay, now let's talk about Marion County's history here. Randy's not here this morning, so to the 4 of you all, this will all be new. And Randy has been on the board long enough that some of this he would know. But I wanted to go back through. I don't know whether past history is relevant to today or not. That will be for you all to decide. But I want everyone to be on the same, how's that? I want everybody to be from the same standpoint. Okay. Marion County was approached, we were approached for the first time, and my years may be just a little off because I have slept since then, in about 2010 or 2011, okay? We were approached by Dickinson County to know if we were interested in districting. My board was in favor of it. The matter of fact, some of the commissioners, we went up to Abilene and met with some of their commissioners. Those conversations continued. Dickinson County did pass a resolution with the intent to form a district. They passed it before we did, and then Marion County decided not to at that point in time. Okay? And I don't remember exactly what year. I want to say that's 2010 or 2011. Since that time, Dickinson County and I have, those conversation lines have continued to be open, all right? We have kept those communication lines open, mainly because we work together so much anyway. That's part of it. We have to communicate with them. All right. Then in about, it would have been in about 2015. In about 2015, I was approached by McPherson County. I was approached by McPherson County and wanted to know if we would be interested in working with them. And once again, my board at that time was very much in favor of it. My board chair spent a lot of time over there working with them. To be honest with you, and I will get to the funding mechanism in a little bit, okay? I'm not gonna hide from it. I'll get to the funding mechanism. That would have been a great deal for us because of valuations. And when we get to the funding mechanism that Joan is already at, I can see, and when I get to that point, you'll see what I'm talking about, okay? And that would have been a great deal for us. Our board approved it, their extension board approved it, okay? Our commissioners at that time approved an intent to district with McPherson County. That got held up with McPherson County with their administrator. Or their, I don't know what his title is, I'll call him the county manager or county administrator, okay? And I know his name too, but anyway, but that's regardless, all right? And it got held up there, and it didn't. And I'll explain, when I get to the funding mechanism, I'll tell you why it didn't work and why it doesn't work, okay? Today, we have another opportunity in front of us, I believe. And that's why I wanted to visit with you all to try to help you understand what it means to form an extension district, because I believe we have an opportunity in front of us today. We're not here, obviously, we're not here to make a decision, and that's not what we're going to do, okay? What I am hoping for at the end, my objective really would be simple, that I hope to get a read. If it is, this is a non-starter. I'm sorry, it's a non-starter, it is not going to happen, that's fine, okay? If it is, okay, I'm not so, but we can continue talking, then that's fine too. I guess I'm hoping to get some kind of a feel, if that makes sense. If that can be done, I don't know. Because I believe we have an opportunity in front of us, and I'm trying to figure out whether to move forward with that or not. Okay? Is that fair enough? Or I don't know if the realistic, if my expectations are too high or not, but that's kind of my expectations, guys. Then I hope this goes a little bit, and maybe this goes without saying. I am a proponent of districting. If I weren't, I wouldn't be here, right? So I am a proponent of that, and I want to make that certain that it's going to come out. I hope with any of you and all of you, and I know some of you don't know me very well yet, but I hope that I don't come across, this is going to get me in trouble, as a used car salesman. And I hope I don't come across that way. I hope that I come across that I'll try to give you honest answers and honest thoughts, and because it would be my hope that when you walk out here and you think, okay, I have another question, that, okay, I'm not going to be afraid to call Rick. I think he'll shoot straight with me. And that's where I'm at. Because that's really what I want this thing to be about. I want you to know up front, we're not here because we're, quote, desperate. There's not any external pressures that driving me that we're desperate to get something done here. That's not our purpose. Nor is that, that is not the situation in Dixon County either. We are, Marion County, you all have supported us very well. Okay? That's, I want to please state that. Same thing, Dixon County, they're being supported well, all right? We're having these conversations, but it's not because we're desperate for a deal to get something to happen. We're here because we absolutely believe for a couple of things. One, it's the model that we're all headed. That's one. It's just, that's where we're at. But two, and this is the most important thing, it's a better program. It's a better extension program than what we have now. How is that? Let's advance then. Extension is broke down, guys, and we have 4 areas that by the law we're charged to do work in 4 areas and what we try to do. Agriculture, the family and consumer sciences. We have a youth development component that all of you have heard of called 4-H, and then community development. So we have 4 areas that we work in. Each of those areas, then, we have to have what I call an advisory group. Okay? Each year, we have to recruit volunteers to essentially serve on those advisory groups. Okay? And then from the advisory groups, those advisory groups, they don't meet real often. They actually don't. I talk to my advisory groups quite a bit, but we don't meet formally real often, maybe a couple of times a year, okay? But from the advisory councils, we have to form an executive board, okay? That executive board is made up of 9 individuals, and that board has to meet monthly by law. We meet monthly. And that's how our office is, I don't know, administered or governed, or, that's who does our reviews, that's who sets our salaries, etc. Okay? And that, that's who approves all of our financial reports every month. They have to sign our checks, that whole bit, all right? And so that's a little bit about how we're governed. All right, we try to do educational work in those areas that you see up there, from livestock production and then it goes all the way down to the SNAP Ed program, okay? Now, I guess the best way that I can describe our programming efforts are what I call, we are about 1 inch deep and we try to go a mile wide. Okay? Where the programs, they're not very deep. They don't get very deep. Because we keep trying to hit, move, and hit, move, and hit, and move.
All of these right here within any given month. So I'm doing programming within aging, and then food safety, family relationships, healthy eating, physical activity, pride, all the way down through SNAP Ed within 1 month. So you can't expand on it too deeply. And same with rookie.
As agents then, when you're in a 2-agent county like we are, we're what we consider ourselves to be generalists, okay? We just try to generally cover things, whether or not you have to call me with a problem on why is my pine tree dying, or what's wrong with my lawn, okay, versus financially struggling farmers, okay? But we're generalists. We, by no means are we specialists. That's the best way I can put it. Districting allows you to change that model a little bit. And now you have a chance to really, as agents, we have a chance to really focus on an area, and we have a chance to become a bit more of a specialist, And now the work, the educational efforts that we do, those programs can get deeper and deeper because someone else has taken something else off that plate. Okay? And so, an example, if we districted with Dixon County, if we did that, they have 4 agents, we have 2. That district would have 6 agents. Now, as you look at that area, rather than splitting that up amongst 2 people, you see what I'm saying? Now you split it amongst 6. Okay? And that's how you get to that higher quality, or in a bit of what I call maybe specializing in your programs. Okay? And so I'm here because it's where we're headed. I believe that. And I don't want to get left out. That's part. And secondly, I can say with all certainty that it's a higher quality program. Okay? And that's why we're here. Districting, in a moment we will get to the funding mechanism. Okay? Yes, that's critically important, and there's a pill to swallow. I won't dance around it. I'll explain to you. There's a pill to swallow there, the funding of it, okay? But that's why we're here. Districting. Forming a district is not, I want to be upfront, I'm not sugarcoating it. It is not about saving money. Okay? That's as honest as I can be, guys. Please, that's as honest as I can be. Why is that so? Extension districts, when you look at our budgets are all people. Our budgets are people. Literally, of my appropriation that you all give to us each year, right? Of my appropriation, it comes out to be about 88% of that appropriation is in people. It gets tied up in salaries and benefits. Okay? So that is the reality, all right? By forming the district, the intent is not to cut people. Does that make sense? And that's why I say we're not going to save huge amounts of money by forming a district. Yes, there can be some savings in when you're doing administratively and some of those, there can be some savings there, but because our budgets are all people and the intent is not necessarily to cut people, that it doesn't save huge amounts of money. Because to save huge amounts of money in an extension budget, is that following me? You'd have to cut people. That's really where it is. And the idea is not to cut people. Okay? So, I don't want to hide that. I'll be straight up front with you on that. All right? That's the reason for forming a district. Okay? Okay, let's move on then. Okay, so how does the district work? How does it work? It is when 2 or more counties agree to combine their extension programs to serve the district. All right? So I'll use the example of Marion-Dixon County. If we formed a district then, and let me go, if you went back a moment to that last screen and say livestock work. Okay, I'll use me as an example as an ag agent, all right? If we were doing livestock work, then if my focus or my specialty, because it was in the livestock area, then I would do the livestock work for the district, all right? Someone else would pick up the other ag work for the district. Is that? And so now you see how we specialize and hopefully how we offer better programs to everyone. All right? And so that's what we mean by we would combine the programs into one district. So what that means is, yes, our office would still be here. We would still have an office here. They would still have an office as well in Dixon County. We would still have someone in this office all the time, okay? But yet, we're not going to be bound by that, I guess I'll call it a political boundary of that county line. If we're doing if I'm doing livestock work, I'm going to do some of that livestock work for the entire district. So that would also involve crossing that county line, right? And so that's what we mean. But we combine them into one program, and we don't think about just Marion County, but we think about the entire district, okay? And where we do our educational work. The finances, it becomes, how do I say this simplistically? It becomes one checkbook, okay? There would be one county would be designated as, I guess, the home county or the host county, and the funds would be combined. The funds would be combined into one district, and so the district would pay the bills accordingly for the district. But we wouldn't just have Marion County funds and they would not be separate. Those funds would be combined into one operation. Okay? So that's how that would work. How we get to the funding mechanism, we're still getting there. Okay? The district would be governed by a publicly elected board. All right? And that board would have equal representation from each county. Okay? So if we had a district and there's 2 counties in the district, each county would have 4 representatives on that board. So that board would become, and it's an 8. It would not be an odd number. I had to wrap my mind around, it can't be an even number. Yes, it can be. I had to get my mind wrapped around that because I did. It can't be an even number. Yes, it can be an even number. Okay? And so if you look at other districts in the state, if there are 3 counties in a district, for example, then their board would be a 12-member board. All right? That board would continue. It would have to meet monthly is where that board would meet. And so that is how the program is, that's how the district is managed, if I can use that term, if that fits there. Okay? All right. The first representatives of that board actually are appointed. Thereafter, they have to actually file when they want to run, just like they file for any other office, and then they have to go through a public election. So that's how they're elected in subsequent years. But that first board you would appoint, they're appointed to different terms, so they don't all come up for re-election at the same time. Okay, but if we ever get to that point, we'll get more into that later. Okay, but that's kind of digging in the weeds probably. All right. The same thing then, remember how we talked about that advisory group earlier? Those continue. I call them advisory, they're called PDCs. That's the acronym that we use internally. Think of it as an advisory group. Those advisory groups are still in place. And they're designed, that advisory group, you know, how they're used is they keep me on track. Rick, these are the needs. Here's where we're struggling. Okay? And they keep me focused on where we're struggling in the countryside. All right? And that's how we use the advisory groups. And that's why I call them an advisory group. Okay? So that's what that is. And then down there, and we'll get to that here in just a moment then, the district will have the taxing authority to levy the taxes to fund the district. Okay? All right? I mean, there's the pill. And before you jump up and throw something at me, I'll get to that in more detail in a moment. Okay? I'm with you. I'm there. Okay? All right. Let's move on then. Okay. So, if we want to do that, then basically the steps are these. Each county's their executive board, that's that 9-member board that we talked about, they would adopt an intent to district. To be honest with you, that has happened. If that hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here. Okay? The boards, the extension boards for both counties, I can assure you, they're all in favor. Okay? At that point, then after that, the Board of County Commission would also approve an intent to district. Actually, in the districting, there's, from the commission board's perspective, there are 2 approvals that has to happen. All right? The first would be that, yes, we'll give you permission to, with the intent to form a district. All right? And then at that point, we would go to work, if that's a good way to put it. All right? If that happened, then we would go to work. All right? Then later, a part of that work is that we have to come up with what we call an operational agreement. And that operational agreement, guys, that's the details. That's how this thing is going to function, how it would work. All right? That would be the second thing that you would approve. And so there's kind of 2 layers of approval to this from the commission board. All right. The first one basically gives permission to start work on it. The details is all in the operational agreement. Okay. All right. So anyway. Once you get the approval to intent, then we go to work to start working on the operational agreement. The operational agreement then would be brought back to the commission to go through, and that operational agreement would be approved. Okay? If the operational agreement approved and the intent to district is approved, okay, at that point, basically, the district would begin to happen. All right? We still have hurdles to get through. As you can see, some of the requirements is that agreement has to be published in the paper. It has to run twice. There is a protest period, a 60-day protest period where the public has a chance to garner their signatures to protest those decisions. Okay? And that's how that is. We have to have public meetings. I think it's 2 public meetings where you give the chance to public to show up and to voice their opinions on the district if they would want to do it. Once you do that, if there were no protests that were submitted, then the operational agreement would be submitted to the state attorney general for approval, and then the districts can form on July 1. So, in terms of the steps of what has to happen for a district to begin, that's what has to happen. And so, for example, I told you earlier that districts number 19 and 20 have been formed. They have been. They simply are waiting on that July 1. They have completed all of those steps, but it's a quirky thing. The only time that you can form a district is on July 1. And those are done, and those are done, and they'll form on July 1. Okay? Now, there are, if we go back, if you look at that map, there are multiple examples where districts over the years have expanded. Counties will proposition the district about can we join? And then the district can make the decision about whether they want to expand or they may not. Sometimes districts will vote to expand, sometimes they will not. I've seen it happen both ways, okay? At the same time, there are also mechanisms in place where if a county wants to pull out of a district, they can pull out of the district. There are mechanisms in place if a district wants to dissolve, then the district can dissolve. Here's what I'll tell you. The first district was formed, when did I say? In 1994. And now we're to 2020. So we've been in this for a while, right? Never, not one time has a county tried to pull out of a district. We've never seen it. So if you ask me, Rick, how can you be sure that this is the right way to go? One, I've never seen yet a county try to get out of a district. I'm not saying that there are not hurdles and challenges to work over. There are, okay? But I've never seen a county try to get out of it. I would think as long as we've been seeing these districts, if it didn't work, somebody would be trying to pull out. We would see that. And obviously, we've never seen then a district dissolve either. So, yes, as an agent, that does say something to me. Okay? Okay. All right, now, if you go back to the thumb drive, there is a spreadsheet. Let's get to the funding, right? Yeah. Let's get to the hard part. Yes, that one right there. Okay. Can I get up? Is that okay?
Sure.
All right. And I'll try to walk you through. Thank you very much. Someone knows how to run that. I'll try to walk you through. I hope. All right. First of all, a couple of ground rules here. Did I build the spreadsheet? No. I did not build that spreadsheet. I wish I'm not quite that good. The spreadsheet is built at the university level. The university built the spreadsheet. Some of these numbers they've populated, okay? I don't know. I have hopes somewhere that the numbers are right. I do. And if those numbers are wrong, you'll be able to point those out to me. And if the numbers are wrong, okay, what you see, you know is not right, and they're off by significant margins, I will get it fixed, okay? And I will bring that back to you, all right? But here's how it works, basically. In 2016, off of this 2016 census data, Dixon County had a population of 19,000, Marion had 12. So if those numbers were close, roughly the district would have 31,000 people is what the district would have, okay? This number I know is correct. Dixon County's appropriation, their county appropriation for 2020 is $322. Our appropriation for 2020 is $164, okay? All I did was add that up, and there you get a budget of $487. That's how I come up with that number. Real simple, right? Okay, now, Rick, are you saying that we're anywhere close to right, or is it going to be double that? When actually, no, it's not. It can't be. Here's why. I told you when we started, our entire budget in district, in extension, is tied up in what? People. Okay? Here's what I want you to know. Both Dickinson and Marion County, we are at full staff. There is not, that number is sufficient and adequate for that staff. And that's why I can say, is the budget going to all of a sudden go up significantly? Why would it not? Because we can't add people. And we can't. Why can we not add people? Right down here, you see this number of allocated agent positions? That's not set by us. That number is actually set by the state. The state tells you how many agents you can have. All right? Dixon County is slotted, they have 4 agents. Marion County has 2. If in Marion County, you all just had a bunch of money you wanted to give me to add an agent, it's very difficult to do. I actually couldn't do it. Because the state says, no, you've got 2 slots. Dixon County's got 4 slots. That district is going to be 6 agents. It's not going to grow to 7. It's not going to grow to 8. It's not going to do it. All right? Because the state really tells you how many agents you can have. That's being honest again, okay? And because our budget is all in people, that's why I have some confidence that that number would be somewhat close. All right, now then, on any given year, what you see, for example, in 2020, okay, for Marion County, for 2020, in my budget right now, I am not expecting to have to spend any money out of my reserves. That's not what I'm thinking right now. Now, can that change? Yes. All right, something blows up and I've got to purchase something that I wasn't expecting to, okay? If that happens, then I may have to dip into reserves to do it. I'm not anticipating us having to do that because you all were very, very good this year, okay? The last 2 years, I've had to spend out of reserves to meet our budget, okay? And so from year to year, all offices do that. Sometimes they have to get into their reserves to make their budget, okay? Sometimes they don't. For 2020, here, I'm not expecting us to have to do that for 2020. Dixon County is. They are expecting in 2020 to have to get into their reserves just a little bit. That was a part of their whole budgeting process. That's fine, okay? But that's what you see. And what we see when districts are formed, they have this in spreadsheets, and I can provide all of this history for you. Districts, and when they have the ability to levy their own taxes like that, what we see is mill levies in districts, they do this, actually. There's a little bit of up and down with them. And why is that so? And why that is so is that a mill levy will go down, and what they'll do is they'll spend out of their reserves, they'll spend their reserves down, and then what happens is the mill levy will bump up a little bit, they'll build back up some reserves, and they go through that process. Okay? We don't see mill levies doing this, a curve, straight up and up and up. Why is that so? Because our budgets are all people, and we can't just increase people. That is being as forthright as I can about it, okay? And so that's why I have some confidence that that number is close about what the district would be. I think Dixon County for 2020, they are thinking they're going to spend about $10,000 out of their reserves to meet their budget, okay? So those numbers would be close. All right. Here's where I'm not sure if this is right or not. That assessed valuation for Marion County and Dixon County. You all would have that history better than I would. But if those numbers are close, okay, then let's get to it. Okay. In this example, Marion County, our appropriation is at $164, okay? Per person then in Marion County, per person then, it costs you $13.50 is what it costs you for extension, okay? To do that then, the mill levy equivalency, it takes 1.277 mills to fund that 164. Okay, that's what that is. Dixon County, it takes them 1.556 mills right now to fund their 322 is what their appropriation is. Okay, if we form the district in, the valuation of the district, now you combine your valuations together. The valuation of the district then goes here, okay? And then to fund that budget that I showed you up earlier of 486 or 487 that number was, then what it would take to fund that would be 1.449 mills, okay? So then from a district standpoint, it would then be at the district level then, it would be costing about $15.60 per person to fund that district. Okay? So that's a little bit about how that works. What you see down here then, the number of agents that are allocated in that is 6. They are at staff now. So once again, I'm going to state this. I think it's a concern that needs to be stated. Is that number from 6 going to grow? And I'll submit to you that number of 6 is not going to grow. I can state that with confidence, that that's not going to happen. Even if somebody wanted it to happen, it's not going to happen. Okay? So that's what that is. We also received some money from the state. Okay? Right now in Marion County, these are the funds that we receive from the state back towards agent salaries. And that's how the state controls the number of agents, because they control part of the salaries. Okay? And they're not going to fund, the state, they're not going to fund any more positions. They're not going to do it. Okay? And so we received 35 in Dixon County, and they actually get about 46, okay, for theirs, all right? For the district, that's what we would receive from the state towards agent salary would be about $80,000. Okay? So that's kind of how that spreadsheet works. And that's how the funding of it does work. Okay? When I said that if there's a pill or there's a pill to swallow in that thing, then what it does, it's because that board they have some taxing authorities there. Okay? Yes.
What you hear from the state, we don't hear nothing from the state, Ricky. We're hearing from you, we're hearing from the districts.
Yeah.
And what's this
okay.
feedback from the state side?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question, Randy, and I appreciate that. When maybe I went about this wrong. When we set this meeting up for this morning, you can ask Tristan. I went back and Tristan and I put our heads together, and very much the university would, how do you say this? They would have loved to have been here.
They would 100% would have loved to.
They would have been here.
Yes.
I chose to leave them out this time. Okay, now why did I do that? Why did I do that? I'll be straight up with you. The university is to say they're in favor of this would be an understatement.
Yes.
They want to get us all districted yesterday. All right, so I didn't want you to feel like I'm trying to shove something at you. I didn't want it to come across that way. I really would, I know Jonah doesn't know me very well, for an example. So I'm picking on Jonah, for example. But really, what I really want out of that was that when Jonah leaves here, that he'd feel comfortable that, I think Ricky shot straight with me. He didn't act like that used car salesman that I talk about. Okay, I have a question. Don't lie to me, just be honest with me. I wanted to be that way. I didn't want you to feel like I was trying to sell something. The university is completely supportive. If they weren't, we wouldn't have 20 districts and 56% of our counties in a district right now.
I guess the question I should have narrowed it down is that, okay, we've got, you can see the district's gonna be similar for them and stuff, Ricky. Why aren't they, are we repeating the same thing in this district as the Walnut Creek district around us, or the Flint Hills district, or the Central Kansas above us? And so why doesn't the state say, if we got a problem in other stuff, why don't they send somebody down? I mean, and I think they will, but is that just because they feel that they're crossing borders again, or?
Well, I'm not sure if I understand your question, Randy, but if they are there once the district is formed, and if internally we're struggling to make something work, that's where they'll step in and provide assistance and help us, okay? When it comes to forming the district, though, guys, that's your call. Does that make sense? Those decisions are made locally. They're not made above us. One of the things that, you know, if you don't know, nationally, all right, extension is not just a Kansas thing. Extension is in every state, all right? And because it's actually a federal law, all right? But from state to state, what the extension program looks like may vary some. It doesn't. Not all states look the same, but every state has, because they have to have an extension program. Okay. So, for example, what extension looks like in Kansas would be completely different from what it looks like in New Hampshire. That makes sense. Okay. In Kansas, what I like about our program personally is that it is complete what I call a grassroots level program. To be honest with you, it's funded locally right here. It's funded locally here. And also, I'm hired and I'm fired locally. I'm hired and fired locally. Actually, if you read my contract, there's two entities that have the authority to fire me. The university can fire me, okay? But I'm hired and fired locally, okay? And that's what I mean by it's a grassroots program. We have the local advisor groups that help to keep us focused on, Rick, here's where we're struggling with the agriculture. Help us here, okay? And so they direct our work, they direct our efforts, okay? And so it's very much a grassroots program. And that's why they don't just step in here and they haven't drawn that map for us that we saw earlier. They didn't draw that map because it is a locally decided, it will be all decided locally. And they will be there to support us. Did I answer your question? No?
Not quite, but that's all right. I mean, one of the reasons, this is the second time around.
Yes, it is.
And,
Yep.
and it was originally got a bad name to start with.
Okay.
So that's why Ricky
Yep.
was saying that it's not here to, not here to do it again. It's here to improve things. But originally it was put out that these boards are decided to protect the employees here. I mean, keep two or whatever, that the extension board would not ever cut their employees. I mean, so that was a bad thing, that the very first thing we heard about from being a commissioner. So that's not exactly true.
Right. And the intent, and once again I'll state that, the intent is not to reduce the number of people. I need to state that. The intent is not, all right? As people, employees, and you all know this, employees come, employees go, right? I mean, there will come a time when they're going to say, Rick, we need somebody better, and I'll get replaced, okay? But the intent, and that's true, the intent is that that district would have that number of agents. That is the intent that district would have. If we form, because right now everybody is at staff, that district would have that. Now, what can happen is that when I leave, that district may reevaluate and say, we need an expert in a certain field, and they'll try to change the expertise of that agent. Okay?
The only other comment that I have for the commission is that it's tough to give authority away that sometimes is we have to make decisions to whether we lower numbers of employees here.
Yes, you do.
And hopefully this board here, if it was formed and done, would be able to have that same intent to, if you have to
If you
lower
have to
numbers.
make, you're right. If you have to make those hard decisions.
Maybe Grant County
you're
would
right.
have one someday.
Yeah.
Maybe the other county would only have five.
Fuck, they're right,
or
three.
four.
Right,
Yeah,
correct. We'll
something
have
like
three.
that.
Right.
So.
Right, that is correct. And then, I guess that can change, yes.
Yeah.
I guess that can change, yes.
When you were here last, you said that Chase and Morris probably had no interest in
Right.
cooperating on
Right,
this.
right.
Why is that?
I think today, I need to, let me go to back so I get the right. Chase and Morris County is the no, wait a
Flint
second.
Hills.
Flint Hills, okay. Yeah, it says in 2010. Today, I think why that is because initially, that district has struggled from a personal standpoint of how they're going to operate, and because as agents, we have to change our mindset. And my mindset is just Marion County. That's all my mindset is. But I have to think a little bigger than that, okay? And as I'm trying to do programs, I have to think about not just Marion County. I think maybe I'm speaking out of turn, Jonah, but they've struggled to figure out how to make all that work. And because of that, the thought to them of expanding that district and making that bigger right now isn't very attractive to them. They would still, they're having a hard time, enough time making it work now versus if we expand that, we add, let's say they added both of us, 2 more counties to that, it's like, okay, that sounds like a lot, all right? As specifically, Jonah, where's the hardest, I mean, and this, to be honest with you too, it's not so much, say, in the ag work, but you know where it's really hard is what you do with 4-H programs and how you combine the 4-H programs. If you're going to combine those 4-H programs into one program, I'll be straight up with you, that's hard. That is really hard. And as I look across the state, when I see districts struggle, where they're really struggling is how the 4-H is going to function, if it's going to function as one, or is it going to be kept separate into 2 4-H programs. That's the hardest piece of this to put together is the 4-H program. And I honestly believe that one. All right, if I went back to that map, here's true. Dickinson County, now I don't know if everybody knows it, because I didn't say this. Before they ever talked to us originally, all the way back to whatever I said that was 2010, 2011, before they ever talked to us, Dickinson County, what they wanted to join the Central Kansas District, okay? They wanted to join CKD, and CKD turned them down. And if you want to know why CKD turned them down, and this is being honest, because this one I know, because I've talked to the people directly involved. CKD has figured out their 4-H program as a district 4-H program. They kind of have things figured out. Dixon County wasn't sure if they liked that model. They weren't completely sold on that model. And CKD said, no, thank you. Okay? I don't know, maybe this is gonna get me in a lot of trouble because I'm not sure this is completely accurate. My guess, if you took this thing all the way back to 2004, when Salina, that CKD forming, there's a lot to that, but that was unique because generally when counties form a district, the valuations, to make it work from a taxation standpoint, the valuations need to be somewhere in the same compatibility, okay? Salina and Ottawa counties, what do you think? Do those sound right? Not a chance. That's what makes that district so unique. And when that formed, for those of us around that saw that, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I couldn't believe that either. From a valuation standpoint, how do I say this? That was a windfall for Ottawa County. It was a windfall for them. And I mean, that was a great deal for them. When that happened, Saline County invited other counties to join in that conversation. And they invited Dixon County to have that conversation with them back in 2004. Okay? At that time, Dixon County wasn't ready, and they declined that opportunity. I really believe if you just, I can't state this with certainty. If you went back to the forefathers to Dixon County, I think they really regret that decision in 2004. I think they regret that. Okay? Because later they tried to go back in and say, can we join now? And they were turned down.
But you get back to the 4-H model.
Yeah.
Marion County and Dickinson County already kind of have a 4-H model together just because of the.
We do. We have some fairs. We have, exactly. No, you're correct. We do. Now, and this is something that I also want you to know, please, everyone. Because this may get brought up at some point if this thing progresses. All right? Fairs still operate separately. We're still going to have a Marion County Fair. Our fairgrounds aren't going away. We're still going to have a Marion County Fair for the Marion County youth. All right? That is still going to happen. That Marion County Fair Board, which you guys support each year, they're still going to be back to you. This does not impact the fair. Please understand that, okay? Now, where this will, and you're correct, Kent, part of why this district can work, part of why this can work is because it's not like we don't work together already. Does that make sense? We do. I know we know the staffs, we know today, we know the personalities, we kind of know how each other operate, okay? And because of that, that's why we have some confidence that we can, that this district could work. And a part of that is the 4-H role, okay? But yeah, I mean, it won't be without hurdles. It will not be without challenges.
But through all of this, bottom line is it's all about program enhancement. I tell you what it is. It is, and I'll be straight with you, it's about program enhancement, and the other thing is, it is about, guys, truthfully, it is about sustainability. It is about sustainability, okay? And when it comes down to it, it is, and you know, like, but program enhancement is at the heart of it. That is at the heart of it. And that is why I am sold on it, okay? I can assure you that I'm hiding nothing, like, if we form this district, my salary is gonna double or something.
No.
Nothing like that, guys, nothing like that, okay? It is about program enhancement, it really is. And you know where I'm excited the most about it, Ken? From from my standpoint, is the 4-H program. The 4-H program is driven by volunteers. Guys, you know how hard it is to recruit good volunteers in today's time? That is an incredibly difficult chore. I mean, a big part of my evaluation, this is true, it's on my evaluation form, is about recruitment, volunteer recruitment and retention. Okay?
It's like 70%.
I mean, it's a huge part of what I'm supposed to do. You know what's the hardest thing I have to do? Is recruit. It's hard to do. It's hard to recruit volunteers, and then if I get them recruited, is to get them to actually do something. To show up and to do something. It's incredibly difficult to do, okay? What that does, though, in so many, if we have areas here where I'm failing my job and not recruiting that volunteer that I need, but maybe they've got a good volunteer recruited in Dixon County, wow. Now I've got a better program for my kids. So Kent, this thing is absolutely about program enhancement.
You're building a better service that's gonna last.
That is going to be
Many times.
sustainable,
Yeah.
and we think it is.
Okay, any other comments from the board? I think that we've heard the outline of this and that our agents are proponents
Yes.
of the redistricting.
Our board is too, and our extension councils are too, yes.
And our first act would be to approve or disapprove an intent to district.
That would really be the next step. In where we're at this moment, the Dixon County Extension staff has been to their commissioners, somewhat in a setting like this, and their commissioners, I think they know that we're having this conversation. Okay? I believe maybe part of it because of history or whatever, Dixon County is going to, their commissioners are going to wait to see if we would want to approve that intent to district, that resolution to, that approval to intent, okay? If we do that, then I think that it could happen up there quickly, but I think they're going to wait on us, okay? Is where I believe that their commission is at. I believe that. I have not met with them, I have not spoke to them, so it may be inappropriate for me to make those comments. But that's where I believe it is today, okay? You know, certainly, but I mean, certainly they know that we're meeting, and they know I'm here this morning, okay?
So we just need to make a motion to.
Well, what the motion would be to approve an intent.
That would be right, that would be the next step. And
Move ahead. Move ahead of the program.
that would be,
That's done by resolution, the
By
intent.
resolution.
right, that would be, and if, here's the truth is, and I don't want that today anyway. If I get the feedback that you would be open to that resolution, then honestly, then I'm gonna get to work, okay? And I would get to work and I would bring that back to this group. And then at that time, somebody could make that motion and then it could be officially decided, okay? But that's kind of how it would work. We're not gonna do that today, but if, Dave, yes. If I get the impression that I think we can continue, then that's the next step that I'm gonna go to work on. If I feel like that you all would be somewhat,
Just looking for thumbs up.
yes, that's exactly right. I mean, I don't hate to say that. I mean, my time's not that valuable, but I don't need to waste my time nor your time if it's dead on arrival. Does that make sense? And I'm not asking for a yes or a no. I'm just, I don't know if that's fair or not, but that's,
Well, what you're asking for is a consensus at this point.
I think just some,
If you're wishing for us to move forward.
if your wishing says, I'm okay with what I've heard to this point.
I'm seeing downside.
There isn't, the downside is, in my opinion, the downside is giving up that authority like Randy talked about. Jonah?
Another 22,000 added to the budget too.
Yeah, okay.
So it's up to the commission.
Yeah, it would be.
I,
But the, you know, but yeah, giving up some of that control that Randy talked about, certainly that's a pill to swallow. I'm not, that can be. And you know, the only thing that I can't change the law of they're funded the way they are, okay? If it helps with any, not that it would, I don't know, I can provide you with, honestly, with what other districts, what's happened in their mill levy over the years. If it helps to see whenever a group has been given that authority, what have they done with it, okay? And I think what you would see is that there's never been a runaway case, okay? Most of the time it really kind of does that. And it really coincides, I believe, with reserves.
So essentially, if you'd like us to come back again and answer any last minute questions that you would have at another time and continue this conversation, would be what you're asking today.
Just one for me then. If you're gonna come back, I'd like to see if any of these districts that's combined
Okay.
has ever cut employees.
Ever cut employees?
Ever
Okay.
cut employees.
All right, okay. I think I know the answer, but I'll find out for
Okay,
sure.
okay.
I think the answer is no, because that's not the intent. I think the answer is no, but I will do the research and find out.
Maybe not cut, just rolled them out and replaced them.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm saying if we're allotted 2 and they're allotted 4 right now with Dixon and Marion, have they ever cut it to the 1 and 5?
Right.
Or if they cut 1 or stick it to another part of the county or do something like that, I'm just,
Yeah.
but
I-
it still goes back to population.
Right. I believe what would happen is that in the future, in that district, I believe still that there would be 2 here and 4 there. I believe that's that would
Yeah.
certainly, that is the intent, Randy, that is the
Find out
intent.
more information
Is your
for the population.
office secretary now, is that full-time or part-time?
It is full-time, 40 hours a week.
No.
And that's another area that gets, would also, those positions also get evaluated and what is needed where, what would be, because, you know, a big part of what our office person does here is finance work, okay? And I don't know yet, but if the bank was to get moved to Abilene, if they were that, then chances are that we would not be doing finance work here. So those roles would change in those positions as well. They can.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to proceed forward. I don't know that would include going ahead with a formal intent to district.
No, it wouldn't yet, because I'll bring that
This would
back.
just be a motion to continue to move forward in that direction, to do the homework, the research, whatever, and come back
Okay.
with a resolution.
If you want us to do that, what I can do is I'll for sure get Randy's question answered about has staff ever been reduced, maybe. I'll try to get that answer. I think I know it, but I'll try to get that answer for certain. I think the other thing that maybe I would do is I could bring back maybe mill levy history of districts. Would you like that or not? Is
I
that?
think it'd be
Huh?
information.
Yes, it would be information, okay? I would do that. Go ahead, Jonah, I'm sorry.
Anything you can do to help me swallow the dollars that make it,
Yeah.
get it as close to 0. So I can bring that information back to you, and with that then,
I could also bring what would be the informal resolution, okay? And none of that takes a long time to do. None of this right now. The work, honestly, the real work starts after that resolution is passed, because that's when we have to do the operational agreement. And that's, what's that saying, about, the dirt is in the detail here, or the devil's in the detail. That's where you get into the detail. And that's where the real work begins. But we're not going to start embarking upon that until we know there is an intent to form that district,
I
okay?
think Jonah just mentioned, I don't know where he was going with that, but if you look at us, we're the lowest of anybody left.
We are.
Around us
You know,
anywhere.
and
That's,
I didn't get a
that's
chance.
the-
I didn't get a chance to do that. I was going to point that out to you.
We're the little dogs, as far as anybody being.
Yeah, we are. And here's the shit. You remember, I guess I'm way out of time, okay, because everybody's here. Okay.
We ran out of time this morning.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
I'll second the motion.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you. When we had the conversations with McPherson County, you don't know why that thing fell apart, Randy, is that the boards were all in favor of it, but McPherson County, folks, their valuation is higher than us. And Jonah, if I could have brought that to you, we'd have been crazy not to say today, yes. I mean, we'd be nuts not to, all right? It would be almost, that point, it'd almost be a no-brainer. The truth is, it was almost going to be too good of a deal for us, okay? And I wish, that's why, but that's why, essentially why we're here. That isn't going to change. That disparity in valuations. And that's why what happened in Saline and Ottawa, that's crazy what happened there, but it did. Most of the time, that does not happen because there's too much disparity there. And what we learned with McPherson County, as much as we'd love to hear, it's too good of a deal for us and not quite as good a deal for them.
Okay, we've got a motion on the table to continue moving forward on this. Dave seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Gosh, this was a home run for me today. Randy.
I will vote aye, because we'll see a final agreement, whether we get a final vote or not.
Yeah.
So
No, that is
it's-
correct.
It's just,
No.
like you said, candidates to move ahead and see what possibilities. See what
Right.
they're going for.
Yeah, so the next step, to be clear, the next step yet would just simply be that formal resolution. And I'll try to bring those other two little pieces of information to you. I will. The next step would be that formal resolution. That doesn't, I guess what I'm thinking, guys, I'm going to come back to that after the first of the year, okay?
Right.
It does take a long time, so I'm not going to sit on this for a long time. So that'll be after the first of the year, and
Okay.
we'll see where we're at. Is that,
That's good. Thank you.
thanks, guys? Okay.
Okay, we are way behind.
Yes, we are.
We are way behind. What's the commission's wishes? Do you want to take a break? Do you want to keep moving forward? Yeah, we've got chocolates here if you want to eat some.
People might need to get up and move for a second.
But if we're gonna get through this today,
I'm moving forward.
I think what Janine has for us won't take too long. Maybe after that, we could take a 15-minute break or something like that. Janine, why don't you come on up?
Looks like you've had a long morning. Right now, we have 2 microloan funds going in Marion County. We have one, the SCED microloan, and it's been inactive. I think the last thing we did was pay administrative fees 4 years ago.
Maybe. There haven't been any loans issued out of there since before 2010, I believe.
Yes.
And we're not receiving payments, they're all finished on those funds.
And the thing with, what we're proposing is that we give the money back to the state. Because they have kept adding things that have to be done in order to, you have to have economic impact. You have to track the David Bacon wage rates, you have to get a historical society environmental and clearance. They have to, it's just all kinds of reporting. And then the final one, the point where people stopped applying for it was not only does the loan committee have to approve the loans, but the commission has to approve the loans. Well, very few people want their business page 1 of the county newspaper. So at this point in time, we have $69,342.55 that I propose we send back to the state because it's unworkable.
And how much time do you spend doing those reports?
Well, we've never, this fund has been dormant for several years.
Yes.
So I don't even know, because that would have been when, at the last one that would have been done would have been when Teresa was here. And I've never seen any of that documentation.
I know that it was.
I'm sure you probably have. But
Yes, and it was a mess to get
But
it all.
to not have any active loans and then have to continue to do the reporting.
Mhm.
Right, and the state is asking that we either start utilizing the funds or that we return them, so.
I'm gonna make a motion that we return the funds. Randy seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0.
Quick. Back to work.
Okay, what's the commission's wishes? You wanna take a 15-minute break and then come back at 20 till, or
I'd like at least 5 or 10 minute break.
how much?
Whatever we can take, yeah, 5 or 10 minutes, 15, whatever it is.
Well, let's take a 15-minute break and we'll come back. It's 12:25, we'll come back at 12:40.
Do you want me to have, to bring in any
I am, I can back up with my.
I can live without it. Any of you guys want a sandwich or something?
I ain't wasting away.
Bathroom break, we better just handle reconvene. Our county counselor is up next, but Randy, for your information, we did table the discussion on the employee cost of living raise or Christmas bonus. There have been 2 motions made, both died from a lack of majority. The first motion made was to give our employees a 1% increase with a $150 bonus, which failed. And the next was a $150, excuse me, it was did I tell you $150 bonus? The second motion was just a $150 bonus.
They were both 2-2.
Both two. And so we wanted to bring that back up, because if we do something, we need to take care of it shortly.
What is the 1%? Do we do any cost of living or anything last year?
We didn't do anything last year at all. I don't know if you've had time to do any research on that, or if you have any feelings in one regard or another, but we would need your input at this point to move forward.
I throw out one thing.
Yes.
All right, so the 1% is 37,000, basically, and the overall number that we're talking about budget-wise. If we do the same number relatively, 37,000, but we put it 16 cents across the board to everybody.
And of course, there's also discussion of starting to work on a pay plan and work on that over the next 6 months in preparation for 2021's budget.
16 cents across the board, which is that, close to that number.
Diane, I'd like to ask you on this. You've mentioned, and I think we have some employees that's real low, and you'd like to look at that. Was any of that thrown in with either one of these motions or anything?
No, that's a straight across the board percentage, and so I was saying that I was opposed to the percentages. I recommended that giving every employee either a 25-cent increase or a 50-cent increase. That way, each employee at 25 cents would get a $520 a year increase. At 50 cents, it would give you a $1,040 increase. Now, that's gonna increase the budget by $59,000 if you go to 25 cents. And it's gonna increase the budget by $119,000. But then my caveat onto that was, I'm certainly not opposed to the pay plan, but I'm just saying, I wanted to push the pay plan back maybe about 6 months or so that we can reassess what we're doing with the people on the low end of the totem pole and bring them up to where they should be before we go giving other exorbitant raises to people who are already making 40, 50, 60, 70,000, whatever it is. Because I do want to hit those people that are at the bottom. I think that should be our priority, but right now, I wouldn't have a problem, and I know that's a lot of money, and I know I'm sticking my neck out more than I ever have, but I'm just saying, I just think it's fair to give everybody the same increase.
And that's where I was, what'd you say, the 1% is 16 cents an hour?
No, 1% would be 1%. That would be
37,000.
but 16 cents across the board. Doesn't matter if you're an $80,000
Okay.
employee, doesn't matter if you're a 30,000 employee.
Everybody would get the same.
16 cents across the board takes you to that 37,000 number. That would be the same as the 1%, so the budget would still increase the same. But you'd be able to hit the lower employees better than you would the upper.
I know of 4 employees that's just sitting out the bottom, has been sitting there for at least 3 years or 4, and they haven't been reevaluated to anything, and so somehow full-time employee that's been here 6, 8 years already and still making $11.75 or under $12 an hour. Somehow we need to reevaluate the jobs and see what we can do for those positions. Most people are above that. There's still some secretaries. Am I not correct in saying secretaries it's under 12 too?
I'd have to look at that, but primarily maintenance.
I don't think so.
There's a couple of maintenance, I know,
Yeah.
that are below that, and there might be a position in the appraiser's office, I think.
Yeah.
that's below.
Yeah, there seems to be one down there that's, that's all right to throw the load here. Diane, I don't know about the other percent until we reevaluate, either go through the pay plan, see what we can handle, but I guess I'd place my vote for the 1% $150 bonus.
Okay, you wanna make that a motion?
I'd make that a motion that we would have a pay increase of 1% plus $150 bonus
To
for this year.
exclude commission.
To exclude commission.
I'll second it.
Okay, then moved, seconded by Dave. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm gonna go along with it, because it's 37,000 is 37,000, that's what we're looking at.
4-1. Okay. Brad?
All right, the 3 items that are on the list for today. The resolution regarding the planning commission. After our discussion last time, I went ahead and adjusted and put that together consistent with what's in place already. The bylaws of the planning commission will probably still need to change, but that's something they do. You do not have to be involved in that, just for consistency's sake. The only part of this that's really operative from your perspective that isn't generally kind of boilerplate language, if you will, is number 1. Number 2 has an error in it. We didn't catch that. The second paragraph still says 3. It should say 5.
Where's that at?
Number 2, if you just go through the numbers after the therefore be it resolved. Number 1 is where your change is made to an 11-member
Right.
board or commission, 2 each appointed through the 5 commission districts, and a single member appointed at large by majority vote and approval. Following the same stratified appointment terms on 3-year basis. One thing that I am still needing to look at, I run into a little bit of an issue. I knew it last time. Thought perhaps I'd have the answer by now, but I truly don't. I haven't found an AG's opinion on it yet. I understand the absolute logic of each of you, the two of you appointing two without review or board approval by a majority vote. We're running up against several other elements of state law in a public entity when we do that. You can delegate certain things, but I haven't, since you're appointing another public board, generally the requirement is that that be approved by the commission as a whole, which is exactly what, Diane, I know you don't want. So I wrote this so it'd work either way. It still says appointed, and by that, appointment can simply mean, just like we do anything else, you advance the two names on a slate for approval. If we find that that isn't going to work as it's written right now, we can also do it this way. In either case, it would be a policy decision. This would stand. The resolution wouldn't have to be changed. So I wrote it that way intentionally, if that makes sense to you.
So it'd be a board appointment based on approval of the commission.
Or if my understanding is that, at least it seemed that there was general consensus that it's okay with all of you to appoint two from your district, that would be yours to appoint without that review. If we can do that, fine. But I'm still, the caveat I have with this is that I still need to try to get an answer for you, and I will. I just want to be able to.
State law says you should.
Yeah, we run into, when you have a public entity making appointments of another publicly serving board, the general requirement is that you vote on that. But again, there's an element of delegation that every board can do, and if all of you agree to delegate that by way of policy that we approve, we're probably okay with that. I just need to reconfirm that before I walk you through that process.
Okay, so by what you're saying, I just want clarification for myself. So if Randy appoints somebody, okay, and then the board says, no, we don't want him or her, okay, then Randy just has to come back, either
With another-
reappoint that same person until the board finally, or find somebody else.
Exactly.
Okay, and that's the way we were before.
Yeah, and if what I'm looking at is your alternative, which is to see if it's possible for you to simply say, no, each of the 5, we're going to delegate. And each one of us will have the ability to appoint 2, and that's an unassailable appointment by the board. That's a little unusual, but it's not, I can't say it's absolutely illegal. I just need to reconfirm that, so I don't put you in that position.
Good.
And then the 11th person, obviously we discussed, is just an at-large. I thought about just doing that on annualized, but boy, that's tough. You put someone in that position, they barely get their feet wet in the course of a year, and you gotta do it again. It seemed like it was a more pragmatic approach to put them in a 3-year term. And then you review that periodically. So,
Brad, I don't know where this is appropriate, but at some time, I'd like for the commission to, it's been brought to my attention that the zoning board is for rural, and now we have cities with, big population, gonna be a different part of our program, but cities have their own planning and zoning.
Yes.
Our design is for more rural planning and zoning.
Yes.
So, how does the commission feel that that needs to be a part of this step somewhere where we're going through this, that the guidance is still that way, or would it be affected somewhere that the city planning and zoning would come into this board somehow? I'm just throwing it out, just to.
Home rule allows each of those cities to go ahead and have that planning and zoning within their jurisdictional limits. Inconsistencies are generally resolved in some fairly straightforward administrative ways, but you're right, what we're set up for, and we do have some limitations they don't have. Some things that we don't have the ability in a county environment to do that cities enjoy in the way of nuisance property remediation, in the way of enforcement. And I'm so used to doing it with cities, every time I do it for a county, I have to remind myself, I don't have the same tools. It still doesn't mean we can't get it done, it's just a little more around the barn to get it done.
We can't remember junk cars.
It depends on the reason we remove them. Yes, we can, but not as straightforward in a process as a city can.
So like I said, I don't know where, but it was a very interesting point brought to me, and I think that it's worth thinking about.
I've had circumstances where the county and the various cities within a county sat down in a work session format in terms of their planning and zoning boards, were representative of each, and kind of compared just to see how much consistency they had and where they might diverge, and if in any way, shape, or form that could ever be a problem for them, just to coordinate. And that's not an unusual thing to do. It doesn't mean they have to come up with absolute answers or that they're required to cooperate. But generally, since you're covering the same ground in the same county, it's useful for them to at least know where does our jurisdiction end, and what's our authority, and how can we deal with anything that would look different to us, city versus county.
Well, it's sort of interesting to me that I've got 4 people here that's all can choose out of a city, a bigger city, larger city, and I can out of Peabody or Burns in my new district. But there's quite a difference between
Oh, yeah.
choosing some people that may not be for your rural planning and zoning, so.
This here says only one of your opponents.
I have a question. If you get to
I left that the same.
You get to the point where you just can't fill a position out of a certain district. At what point could the bylaws have some kind of flexibility that, yeah, we've got 3 people in this other area that are very qualified to serve, but we can't look at them as offering them a position, other than the at-large position.
It becomes your call. Now, the one thing that I'll always remind you of is that there is a statutory insistence that there be fair representation, and how do we answer that? You know, we want to try to have at least one from, as I see it, at least one from each district. Does that mean you have to have 2? No. Now, that's why I said what I did the last time, at least one appointed by all of you, so you ensure that each of the 5 districts has a representative from within that geographical area. Beyond that, it's just how much do you want to have each of the districts represented. Right now, we're setting it up so that we've got 2 across the board, so 10 of them are going to be ensured to come from 5 different locations, and then 1 from wherever. But if you want to modify that, you absolutely can. Or if you got to a point where it's just impossible, we can't seem to find
Yeah,
one.
I kind of hate to give up some type of flexibility in order to do that. Because, you know, maybe you've had an easier time getting an appointment than I have. But you know, it can be. And then if you're sitting there with a board with vacancies for years, what have you accomplished?
So would the 15 member then solve that with every district having
No, it'd make it work.
possibility of
It'd make it
a
worse.
large? That you could go out of your district. So then I don't know how you solve your problem, Becker.
Well, I'm not gonna go,
I think maybe we should just go ahead and move ahead with the resolution and see if we can, you know, try to make it work.
with note number 2 stricken on the 3 and put to 5, right?
Mhm.
Do you want me to go make that correction? Do I have this electronically?
Yes, you do, and yes, I wish.
Say that.
but
I've
just
already,
make sure
I've
it's-
already manually stricken it, you know, we have to sign this one.
I did too. That's
But
it.
then someday we'll have to go back as a counselor on
Note
that.
number 2.
I was that Jan's guy.
Yeah, that explains it.
Yes.
So what is the change on?
Under number 2, I had not caught the 3 versus the 5 I did everywhere else.
Oh, I see, yeah, right.
So you have,
So you have the ability to appoint 1 from the city, but not.
Okay, has everybody got that change made?
anybody from the city?
Do we have a resolution number?
I know she was just gonna reprint
So
it back
we have
clean,
2.
so you'd be signing it without that
And then 1
information.
at large.
Okay.
And 1 at large.
Okay, we'll let her get that.
So,
Should we like that?
so talks about the 1 at large.
Okay, let's go ahead and move ahead with the next
Talks
item.
about it, so.
I will.
Go ahead, Brett.
On the Diamond Vista Road Maintenance Agreement, I forwarded, that's a pretty healthy post-construction audit. So what Tanner had created was went to their
Shared file.
shared file. That has been in Jeff's hands. He was able to go through it, open it. He wants some additional time to review that with the powers that be there. Told him where we're at on it, and then Bryce has already reviewed it and has adopted that from our perspective as well. Had a lengthier conversation with him about their original offer and the fact that obviously at this point, given those numbers, we would suggest that they review it a second time. The only thing today, in addition to asking for some time, two things. One, Tina had raised the issue in terms of our assurance bond or letter of credit types of things. Those automatically, they're evergreen. They automatically renew on an annual basis, and he's planning on it renewing before year end. So I've asked him to provide proof of that, so we would have that in the new year.
Nothing runs out.
Right. And with that in mind, they would like some additional time to review that in detail. And I said I didn't think there would be an issue with that so long as we had the assurance that guarantee was still in place, which he responded and said he had no problem with. The only other thing that he wants, which is going to require some discussion today, they would like to stop the bleeding with Kirkham Michael. They've up to this point been paying it. They said, okay, we've got the post-construction audit. At some point, I had said, no, I don't think that there's universal agreement that this county's going to pick up any of that tab. The agreement was that you pay for that. With that in mind, he wants that to stop at this point, given that we have their information, and asks that I bring that to you for consideration, because they don't want to keep.
Would it stop if they agreed to pay the money immediately?
Oh, sure. Because then we'd have an agreement. But I think his concern is that somehow they're going to end up getting another 25 grand in this, and he just wants to stop that bleeding.
Well, we've got this post-construction audit, which is fairly comprehensive, we know at this time. We know what's involved, we know the things that need to be fixed, and we have a dollar amount. Why do we need them anymore?
We didn't even sign off at the end.
And they're gone, right? It's over, they're gone. There's no more work going on up there.
The only thing that would be is, as far as that is, they will have another invoice coming for the work that's been done up to this point.
Yeah, I think he had that in mind. I don't want to speak for him, but I think he had that in mind. I told him, well, obviously the cost of producing this is going to have a healthy sum attached to it.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah. He said, that's my point.
Yeah.
We keep, adding to that, which changes the bullseye for him a little bit each time.
And does he expect to have a great big legal bill coming his way for reimbursement for all of our legal fees that we discussed last time?
He at least is expecting it, because he asked me specifically in terms of my fees, which I thought was kind of an interesting thing. And I thought, yeah, I could give you a heck of a bill if I want to, but that's not what I intended to do.
But you know what, it's fair, it's legal, because your
Yep.
time is our money.
Yep, and he has not eliminated that. He asked me, and I said, talk to you guys about it, and we go from there and work our way through this. The only one that he pressed a little bit was the Kirkham Michael deal, because that really has kept rolling in terms of the cash register. So
And they're not gonna take any monies out of the pilot for Griffin Michael?
we haven't gotten that far. That's the way it's proposed now.
Okay.
And I think he realizes that it's difficult to go back on an offer already made. That first number, that 150, is obviously, based on what I said to him, probably going to feel a little inadequate from the county's perspective, a lot inadequate. So he, I don't know what they'll come back with. My hope was, and just without any commitment from them at all, is that would be the one place where we would be spending some time changing and doing some negotiating. The rest of it, in terms of taking that thing out of the pilot, the assets that they were going to leave, we just leave that alone. We're just dealing with one number primarily.
So we're dealing with, I just wanna make sure I understand clearly. So we're dealing with the final inspection number, not the offer that they made, the final inspection number. We're dealing then also with them not taking any of the Kirkham Michael money out of the pilot. And is the 12-ton of rock still on there?
Yeah, nothing has been altered in the way of their offer, and obviously this was just off-the-record discussion in my conversation. I said, well, those items really, I think, would, the general concept, as I put it, is something that the county is receptive to. I said the problem that we now have, wanted to see what the post-construction audit would show, and as expected, it's significantly higher than what you're offering, even though you have to take into account they're taking nothing out of the pilot, so there's this, you have to look at it as a bundle. But I said, even with that, you've still got pretty healthy difference in what's being offered for pure cash and what looks to be something we're gonna have to go bid and put out there for somebody. And I don't think he misunderstood that. He just said, well, we'll need some time to really digest all of this stuff then, and would ask for that. Reiterated that they had no issue with renewing their guarantee. I'll say assurance, it's really not guaranteed. And then asked me again about the various legal fees, and I said, we'll work through that too.
2 weeks, 3 weeks, 30 days? What do
He
you-
did not specify. And the last email from this morning was, we'll need a little additional time, and then the greater part of his message was, really would like you to ask them to cut loose on the Kirkham-Michael.
Yeah, I think we're gonna sit on this unless we do. They're just gonna keep spinning their wheels until we stop the Kirkham-Michael.
Lord, if you pay Kirkland Michael's bill, though, I mean, it's counter.
But they've got a weekly retainer, and this, every time you talk to them, it costs money.
Kirkham? They bill by the job done.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
And like I
this
said,
week, they're not costing us anything today because they're not on the job.
correct, as
Right.
long as they're not, well, as long as they haven't put anything else since that meeting with Tanner,
Yeah.
that stuff with Tanner. But, yeah, the only thing, as far as I know, that we should be expecting you back is the bill up to that point.
Mhm.
And I think that's kind of what they're saying, is they're willing to pay up to that point, and then,
And they'd like to have a point of demarcation where it ends. This is where it
Yeah.
stops with them, so they know, okay, this is every dime we've got in it with them. And I understand that. They're just trying to not have a moving target.
Is there any reason to contact them again, have them check anything?
not that I know of.
So
They've done all that.
We can
audit.
self-impose it ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the only way that we would is if
And
they
not
come
cut
back
out.
and say, well, we don't agree with some of the elements that they have evaluated, then we're probably, I think, in fairness, we're probably gonna get back with them and say, wait a minute, this is what you guys come
Well,
up with.
we could do that, or I could just handle it
Yeah,
to take
or
care of
Bryce
that one.
can.
So,
long as
honestly,
he's
because
got-
honestly, Kirk and Michael wants to go on to, they've got
Yeah.
other places they need to go to, and other jobs and stuff, but that's totally up to your discussions.
So Brad, then would we have to have that legal number to, include it in the proposal so that it's all a final proposal?
I'm going to be most comfortable with that, yeah, because then they know exactly what they're agreeing on. I would think they would too. I'd like to get that final bill from Kirkham, and nothing precludes them from doing that, even if we didn't call it a final, but, I think they're gonna bill again. Often they bill monthly, don't they?
It depends. It just hasn't been real consistent.
It'd be real easy for me just to email Tanner or
Yes.
Bryce to it, and just say, give us what you got up to this point.
We did get an invoice, I think, last week, so I just need to look at that and see.
See if it includes everything.
Mhm, yeah, and we are tracking, and we're also working on trying to, put a list together of all the legal expenses that have been associated with the project, and which ones have been reimbursed, which ones haven't.
And I can certainly provide Tina with what I have.
And yes, we're back and put in quite a bit.
So I'm trying to make I figured the board would need that, so we're trying to put all that together.
I think it would certainly give Diamond Vista, I think, more incentive to get this done. And
Would you put them on a 2-week hold and say we've shut them off for 2 weeks to hear back on the response?
Ken, do whatever you want.
I want to speed it up too.
He did,
I don't know that we really want to shut off Kirk and Michael until they may totally disagree with all the legal fees. And then all of a sudden, why are we cutting any favors?
That's why I say we're just putting them on hold. We're not cutting them off. We're putting them on hold until you disagree or disagree.
We don't use them for 2 weeks.
please see that Kirkham Michael is released from the Diamond Vista project effective immediately. Note that Diamond Vista still retains the right to credit pilot payments against any and all third-party consult fees as per the pilot agreement between Diamond Vista and Marion County. And then he earlier had acknowledged receipt of the file. Please give me some time to review and please consider the upcoming holidays. So he didn't specify a time
So
frame.
you're saying the legal fees are gonna come out of the pilot agreement?
Well, he's just saying he reserves that right. I think it depends on what more we come up with.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit
And again,
surprised.
the fact that he reserves the right to counter with that doesn't mean that you don't have an equal right to say, no, heck no.
2 weeks is the first of the year.
Give them 3 weeks.
You can do it at least initially 3 weeks till and put it on that agenda. See what they've come up with by then.
Yeah, I really would hate to cut them loose all together and not have that tool in the toolbox, so.
reserve the right to consult at a later date if we need to. Does that make sense? Is that,
It gives you some flexibility.
is that,
Services for limited services or something.
Because right now, we're really not incurring any expense from Kirkham anyway. We'll get that final aggregated, give that to them and say, this is where it's at if we reach agreement quickly, or if we're gonna have issues with this, that we need to go back for the consultation, or Bryce needs them for any reason, we're still reserving the right to do that if we don't reach an agreement quickly.
Kurt and Michael, do we have just one point of contact? I mean, one person is screwed.
Tanner primarily is who I always deal with, and I think Bryce does
I
too.
mean, that's what we need to make sure that, you know, Maine can't contact them.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I basically turned everything over to Brad because that's what the commission
Yeah.
wanted.
Yeah.
So everything's been going
correspondence all
through.
goes through Brad.
I'll make sure that getting more bills from.
Yeah.
Consensus of the commission to go ahead and follow that route at this point?
Can you restate it? Could you restate it, please, what the route is that we're getting consensus on?
That we'd go ahead and certainly agree as long as they renew the assurances currently provided. Provide proof of that, to allow them additional time to review the post-construction audit. That we have not agreed to release Kirkham Michael, but certainly are not incurring any expenses at this time. And we will provide them with a final number on that, as well as any and all legal expenses attendant to the project.
Everybody get that?
So moved.
We need that in the form of a motion.
Yeah, let's do that so we have it in the minutes.
So you're making a motion to that effect? Okay, moved by Jonah, I'll second that.
Until the 6th of January or?
No, I was thinking the 13th.
13th?
Am I using the right Monday there?
Yeah, that's 6 and 7, 15, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gives them
Because next
ample
year,
time. They can always ask to
work
accelerate
every
that.
Okay, moved in second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Who seconded?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, getting back to the resolution on that.
We went ahead and corrected the actual resolution that would be for everyone's signature. And the only change made to what's been distributed to you was in paragraph 2, to change that from 3 to 5 to correct the number of commissioners.
Okay.
That's all noted.
And do you have a number for us there?
Yes,
It's
it's
noted
on the top.
Oh, you got it on there. Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion to pass resolution number 2019-23, a resolution concerning membership of the Marion County Planning and Zoning Appeals. You all know what's involved in that as far as membership and all that.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Randy, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. This is the one you want signed?
Yes, please.
It's not stapled.
Try the second.
And we were just talking about we need to put the Yanks and names in there.
You could always write behind.
Just like to predict what it's going to be. Final item on your agenda for me today is a resolution establishing the moratorium that had been requested at the last meeting. I went ahead and revisited that. The change made to it really just emphasizes the fact that we have one already built and functioning and one that's past the point of conditional use permit approval. Those obviously would not be made applicable to this, but any expansion, any change to either of the existing as well as any new would be covered by this moratorium. And Tina pointed out rightfully so, under number 4 on the second page, nothing in this resolution shall apply to the construction of the Diamond Vista wind energy conversion system previously approved. I should add to that at this point, because it's far enough down the road, or the project with Expedition Wind on currently approved conditional use permits. There's no building permits there, so I can't just say and Expedition Wind, because there are 2 very different locations in the process.
So if we add that
You
language.
don't just change that.
And
So,
were you addressing the one whereas, and it has, projects requires at least 120 days, does that have to be revisited?
we can talk about that if you see fit, in terms of the timeframe.
So if we're gonna put a time frame of 120 days, then I would assume, instruct the planning and zoning to hit certain topics pretty heavy within that time.
Yep. The 120 days I left because that's what was originally in place, but that was again when it was a declaration of moratorium potentially on one that had already been
Right.
begun. Here, this one would continue under its current footprint. It couldn't do anything else.
Right.
If they need to make changes, it would be held. But as I've drawn it, anything that they've done, and as I understand it, hey, we just want building permits at this point, so I don't think there's really any issue. But if you don't believe 120 is enough, there's no magic to that number. It could be 180, it could be anything more. If you felt like wanted additional time to work, because it's going to be an element of planning and zoning doing review at the instruction of, or at least at the request of this board. So if you have additional things you want them to look at, it's a matter of how heavy that agenda will be in terms of that list.
Do we have to actually put a time in there? Can
Um,
we just say until further released or whatever?
No, I could do that. I
mean,
could
that
do
way
that.
it could be a
It makes that
month, it could be-
moratorium indefinite, and there's not, I always like to have some element of time frame in it, so that they know what they're working with as well. You can put, subject to further review, and no later than 1 year from today's, something like that. So I at least have some definitive deadline in it. It has to be renewed again, some action taken on it has to be reviewed. That'd be my preference, but
Okay,
the 120 is not, there's nothing magic about that.
And the way they have their meetings and stuff, I mean, with everything.
Yeah, I don't want to put them under undue pressure either.
Right.
You don't have anybody, as far as I know,
At this
we don't,
time.
we don't have someone who's walking in, with another development proposal at this time, but doesn't mean it couldn't happen tomorrow.
Right, when you at least is being signed for that
Yeah.
potential to happen.
Yep.
Yes, this one?
I did about their 120 days. Russ made mention at the meeting also that there should be a time frame on it, there should be a definitive date. But the 120, and they made mention at their last meeting that they may not, because of weather, even get to meet again until March. So if you put 120 on it,
Yeah.
you're limiting them.
And you'll also note the way this is worded, I didn't change what Pat had put in there, he put at least. I normally won't do that, because it's like, okay,
Yeah.
it could be at least 120 years, and so, but he's got it very flexible, but I would like something in there, and I agree with Russ, it's for the board's convenience as well, they really kind of have to have some sense of, well,
Some more
how
time.
long are we dealing with?
Yeah.
Am I correct in that the Planning and Zoning Commission didn't even second the moratorium? Or did they bring a motion up? Did any bring a motion up on the board?
I don't,
It wasn't a discussion.
I understand it, no action.
Discussion, no
It was just
action.
a talent.
Okay.
Any other discussion amongst the commissioners?
Just that I think the information that we've covered is important, I think the moratorium is important, it gives everybody a little peace of mind. Time for the planning and zoning to address issues that maybe will ease some tensions in the future. I just think this is an opportunity to do that.
We got some people.
I don't have the paperwork in front of me, so I don't know what the request is. I'm just, are there specific requests that are needing to be addressed by the moratorium spelled out? Or is it just a moratorium, end of discussion? I don't know what's on there.
actually, Dwight, what it's noting is that the Board of County Commissioners from Marion County deems it appropriate to review the zoning regulations. So a punch list is what I would anticipate coming from them, so that you guys have, okay, this is what you're looking at us to review. Doesn't mean that you can't expand that to some degree, but it would at least include, including but not limited to, things that they provide to you, if that helps. So I
there
would
be
expect.
additional instructions
Yeah.
in what needs to be reviewed.
I would anticipate being instructed to provide you with, or Sharon with, these are the things we'd like looked at, with enough specificity for you to be able to understand.
Yeah, I would just communicate to you that the city of Marion would not be supportive of this moratorium or any other. As mentioned earlier, we have our own planning and zoning regulations. And to us, this would be a bit of an overreach in terms of comparing ours to the counties in terms of that moratorium. So our position would be, we would not, again, support this moratorium or any moratorium.
I think where the time is needed is there was a lot of questions during that last planning and zoning of setbacks. You know, what needs to be set back? Can it still be the 2,000 or 1,500 from the residents, or does it need to go to the edge of the residential property line? And so there's a lot of questions of, you know, how can we get this right? And tweaking it, you know, don't tweak it on the fly at 60 miles an hour. Take some time and go back and like a punch list and say, where can we adjust it to make sure that everybody's on board? Because one of the other comments was that there is a lot of opposition being heard on this last wind project, whereas up north there wasn't very much. And so that, you know, why is that? You know, it's not always the squeaky wheel gets the grease. It's, you know, there might be some substance to that objection. And so just that time that's needed to sit back and see, what did we, as a group, where can we perfect that, and where can we grease that and make it go perfect next time?
Okay, what's the commission's wishes? Dave?
Comment. I feel that if you put a moratorium up in Marion County, it's gonna be like putting up a sign that says, do not come to Marion County. We do not want to do business with outsiders. And I think we do want to do business with outsiders. So I'm definitely opposed to a moratorium because there's really no reason, like I said, there's no wind farms coming up. And the zoning board has time to react to whatever the problem, whatever somebody thinks the problem is. I don't think there is one, but to me, you put a moratorium that says do not come in. So that's my opinion as a business person.
I kind of get what you're saying, Mr. Grotha, and everything, but our regs are not black and white, they're gray areas.
Yes.
And it took a wind company to find an irregularity in it. So we look like fools right now. It needs to get done and get done properly, or you're gonna just have major problems like you are now.
You need to suggest to the zoning committee
Absolutely.
what you think is wrong, so they can look at it.
It's on
Study it.
public comment, it's been on there. Yep.
So, next area is writing leases out west for wind farms, so they're looking to come in. And like I said last time, that zoning regulation was written by a wind farm for a wind farm. That's what you need the moratorium on, is to rewrite the wind overlay regulation to protect the county residents and not protect the businesses coming in at the expense of the county residents, which is how 27 is written right now. So that needs to be addressed. And your moratorium is not saying don't come in, it's saying we're put a pause on because we want to get it right so that both sides are protected equally.
It's not even the definition of a moratorium is no, that's not the
It's just a
definition of
pause.
it.
It's just a pause. Prohibition would be a no.
Yeah.
It's just the implications, you know.
Look
Like
it up in the
right now,
dictionary.
Marion County looks real foolish if they read the news for the last 6 months in the paper, which that's part of the paper's problem.
Well, that's what we're trying to prevent, is where is that miscommunication, where is that argument, where are we missing the boat on both sides? And so we can't just jump in and say, okay, next in line, when, as a businessman, I know if I took on the project and it didn't work out, if the customers or my clients raised something up as a concern, I'd sit back and say, okay, what did I not do right? And am I gonna take the next customer, or am I gonna fix the problem and then take the next customer, and then it'll work out better, hopefully, in the long run.
Yes, I'm in favor of seeing what the two that we have, what that does to our population growth. Does we continue to grow? Do we continue to shrink? Do we, because I feel very strongly about making sure we find ways for population to grow, and I would hate for anything like this to impede that. And so I guess I would be in favor of seeing some more information data on population growth as it pertains to, and I don't want to any way hurt the businesses we've already allowed in. I don't want that at all. I want to make sure that they have the best success rate they can have, because I don't need them to fail.
So are you saying you're for the moratorium, or you're opposed to it?
I'm for it. I'm for it, just so I just would like more time to know what it does, what some data can be extracted in that time period to know things.
So I guess I would give you one piece of, I'm just a scrivener, and I get to do these all the time, but a moratorium is something that you can declare at any point, now or any other time, prior to building permits being issued. So I'll say that, but that's been said before. That's neither here nor there as to which way you want to go on it. My point being, if you have an articulable punch list right now, there's some things in here that I really have huge problems with, we should have dealt with earlier, we haven't. Michelle's comment, she said, hey, these are things that are problems, and I pointed them out. That's your opinion in terms of, hey, I think those are issues, or no, they're not. If you do as a board, then the declaration now is certainly appropriate. If you're not certain, if you're still looking at it going, well, I'm not sure if I like or don't like these, you have the ability, I guess I'm trying to tell you, the flexibility at any point. Someone makes an application, comes in and starts looking at CUPs, doesn't preclude you from declaring a moratorium that day.
So I will say, I certainly have a punch list, if that's what we need. I can provide a litany of things that I would like to have reviewed.
Well, and I think for the benefit of the planning and zoning board, having worked with them, not just particularly this one, but a lot of them over the years, that is, that roadmap is really useful. They're here generally to enforce what you have already, you're the policy setters. This is what we see and what we're elected to see based on our constituency, our county to do, how it should grow, what it should look like, what complexion it should take, growth, whatever it may be, economic development. That's not their function per se. Their function is to go ahead and take what has been approved in a code and enforce it. And right now, that's what they've been doing, and obviously that can create all kinds of interesting political dilemmas. But if there are pieces of that code that they're currently using, again, they kind of take their marching orders to some extent from you and make sure that they do it legally, because that's supposed to be their area of expertise. We don't want certain things, or we want to be, again, this is something very simple. We want to be very user-friendly to wind energy, or no, we don't. And not because we don't like it, but because we don't like what it does, if that's in fact the case. But that becomes a policy decision. That's reflected then in the punch list that you have that goes to them, and they work off of that. As opposed to, they're not the policy setters. They're not going to go in and say, well, we want to discourage wind, or we want to encourage wind. It's really more, what do you want and what's in place, and then we administer that. We tactically do what you strategically have told us to do.
And so, Brad, I will tell you that I agree with what you're saying. The problem that I have and the punch list that I have, because what you're saying is true, the way it should have been. That's not the way it was,
Yep.
and that's not how we got here. And the policies that were set 2, 3, 4 years ago need to be reviewed.
Yep.
I'm gonna say reviewed, because there are a lot of, like Michelle said, gray areas to be and I will also say, in response to Mr. Pullen, and I know Marion does not approve of the moratorium, but, the city of Marion, people don't even want a cell tower, so I'm looking out for the people, all the people, the ones that like it, the ones that don't. So I get a little excited when people seem to jump off the cliff and say, oh, you're against the wind. No, I'm not against the wind, but I am against not listening to one half of the population of Marion County. Because
Yeah,
everybody has a voice,
and
and
again-
it just seems to me like they've just been totally ignored. I have a problem with that, and all they wanna do, as I understand it, all I wanna do is work with them and work with planning and zoning to fix these problems. That's it. And we can work together to do that.
And my point being, I mean, no argument with any of that. That's why you all get the big dollars and why you're sitting where you are. Because in these kinds of instances, if you read 27, you could read it two ways. Depends upon what you're doing. If you're a wind developer, yet there's no question that their function in life is going to be different than someone who goes, I don't want to stare at those for the rest of my life. And I get it. And I'm just a scrivener. I get to sit back here and go, okay, whoever's last standing wins, I'm going to draw what I'm told to draw. And planning and zoning is, in essence, kind of in the same position. We will do what our marching orders are in terms of the policy and strategic instruction we're given. So, but again, and that moratorium then allows them to do that with what you provide. But it's a matter of, do you have that at this point, or is it just, well, we just don't know what we want? Yeah, either way, I guess I just want to get back to my original point. You can do this moratorium now, or you can do it at any time. You always have that ability. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm just mentioning it so that people realize, well, okay, I can do it today because we've got enough reason to do it right now, or I can do it when something comes up again that creates issues for me. That's all in your individual conscience.
And what happens when you have, like, somebody stated, Nextera is already signing leases, and they've already got these, and you know, people get money a lot of times at the time they sign their leases, and so they sign all these leases, and they're planning to move ahead, and whammo, we do the moratorium. Then what happens? Another lawsuit is being threatened from the big wind company. And we put ourselves in that position by waiting to the last minute.
Yeah, anyone can sue at any time. Detrimental reliance in these kinds of instances, though, they have to know, and I've made no secret about that, even in the current project, moratorium could be declared at any point up until those building permits are issued. Now, when someone has gone in and started the CUP process, there's been all those public hearings, the more of that occurs without the moratorium being done, the more likely someone is to come in and say, if you were going to do that, why didn't you do it sooner before I spent $100 grand?
And that makes sense.
But right now, they go out and do it, they're doing it at their own risk as far as I'm concerned, because any county, and they have done it across the state, can come in and say, no, we're stopping you right now. We didn't know that another one was really coming. And even if we did, we don't care. This is yet another instance where we feel like we need to step back.
But I heard in another county, when they come in and they do those leases and stuff like that, their argument is, we went by your current regulations. So this is what we did, this is what you allowed us. Now, you're guilty by not allowing us to. So I think
My
what
response
we're
to
doing-
that is, after 35 years of doing this in a governmental setting, government can change its mind. And it does it with great frequency on a regular basis. And you all just have to know that that's part of doing business where you sit. No different than I can go out and start a business that's legal today, but I can get zoned out of existence if I don't get to a certain point where I'm grandfathered. And my problem, I bought a building, thought I was going to use it for this purpose, and I don't get to. That's just too bad.
So I'm gonna say one final thing and I'm gonna let it go because I've been beating this horse for a long time. I just hate to put people in positions at the last hour. I just think that is irresponsible. I know the battery's going bad in my car, but I can wait another week or two and then the thing lets me sit. And that's what we're doing. We're putting ourselves in a lot of bad potential situations going forward if we don't just at a relaxed time do it and be done with it. And get the kinks worked out, and you don't have to worry about all this. All of a sudden, we have to do something.
Or go buy the jump start kit from the local hardware stores you have in the trunk at all times, which in their case would, and that works too, which is what they need to do, which is get the performance bonds so that, hey, if we went out and spent all this money and we can't do it later, you're going to pay us back. I mean, they can insure if they want to. But, and again, it makes it sound like I'm arguing one way or the other. I'm not. I drew this. It's, if you guys want to pass it today, that's fine. My only point in this was to the benefit of planning and zoning. The sooner we give them something based on that 120 days or another number if you wish to use it, the better off you are.
Oh, okay.
So.
I'm ready.
I just offer a comment that, the punch list of what needs to happen. From a practical standpoint, that needs to come from the commission rather than every than 5 of you giving us 5 items, and, you know, and suddenly we're like, it's like, okay, this isn't, I mean, it's not manageable from that standpoint, and we don't know. I mean, because we all have different opinions about things. Planning and zoning is working to implement, to work at doing what the county is best for the county. And if you have some items that need to be addressed, we would look for information from the commission as a whole to give some direction and not just say, okay, fix it. Well, it doesn't work very practically.
Well, commission, what's your wishes?
My wish is to pass the moratorium and let's get to work on fixing the issues that we have in the county, so that the county can finally move on and stop this division. That is my will.
As amended?
Yes, with amendments, yes.
What do you want to do about the time frame? Right now, it says at least 120 days. If you want to change that to a longer period with a no longer than, which is my preference, and I can, you know, make it.
Even knowing about weather, maybe?
Yeah, I'd say make it 180 days and no later than 12 months or something to that effect. So we have a firm date in there.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion not to pass a moratorium. Our planning and zoning committee has done a great job, and there's been a lot of people work on it for a lot of years. So that's my motion.
I'll second it.
I thought I had a motion on the table.
Moved by Randy, seconded by Dave. Any other discussion?
I did.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Passed 3-2.
That's crazy.
Sure is.
No, I didn't have a motion on the floor. I didn't vote in motion.
I made the motion, and I made the motion as amended,
did.
and then he interjected and said, what about that part? And then we got into another conversation.
I believe it was just discussion that this is what I
Well,
want.
no,
I didn't
I'll
hear
say
it.
as
You didn't make a motion.
It wasn't stated as a motion.
I said, I would do that, then, it doesn't matter anymore, because it didn't matter anyway.
Okay, at this point, that was the last item on the agenda prior to lunch. We have department head evaluation, so at this time I'll open it up to citizen concerns.
It'll be okay.
It's crazy in there.
Any citizen concern, input? If not, we'll move on to our next
I
agenda
have a
item, which
citizen
is
concern, since it's a citizen concern. This is the end of the meeting, normally speaking, right? You'll put
Right.
up to them. So before we go on, I want to bring up this bill that we got from Sherman Hoffman. I'm sure everybody's seen it, it was passed out last week. This thing right here is absolutely horrible. $5,500. My big problem that I have on this that just slaps everybody in the face is, there is something almost at $3,000 for working, interviewing, reviewing, comparing pilot agreement. This man got us not one dime in a pilot agreement. $1,800 per megawatt hour was the initial proposal, and it was the end proposal, and it was that one day here in the commission, through the conversation of the commission, that they raised it up at a whopping $200 for the year. So why are we paying him all this money for something he didn't do? He didn't do us any good. I mean, pilot agreement, honest to God, compared to other counties, $550. I done that for you for free. Interview pilot agreement, $300. Review pilot agreement and meet with Expedition Wind, $580. Travel and prepare in hearing on pilot agreement. I think that might be the day he came here. Then right here, he also has travel to and from Wichita. Negotiate final pilot agreement? What did he negotiate in Wichita? This is horrible. I think we need to not pay this, or at least send it back to him and have him, I mean, if he would've got us a bigger pilot agreement, I mean, I don't mind paying for something that we get. I hate to be used, and I hate to have our county be abused. He worked 27 hours. And actually, I started to even go through all this stuff because it all goes through review notes, compare documents, review this, study this on, and I have the very end agreement that we made up, and I have the one prior to that we used originally. You know what? There's very little, if any, difference. The words have been changed around, but the end result is the same. I am just totally sickened by this, and I just don't think we as a county should be abused like this. I really don't. Like I said, if he would have raised the pilot or bought us something, okay, $3,000 to get maybe what we deserved, like what was in the Doyle's, I'd happy to pay him that money. But he's paying for something we didn't get. He left me down. And I'm speaking for myself because I don't know how the other commissioners feel about this. If I would have hired this attorney, I'd shove this down his throat. This is not acceptable. You just don't do this. You don't do it. Right, look how hard you work. You
I'm just
get
looking
a
at that shove
fraction.
down his throat thing. I'm a little bit concerned about her.
This stuff. Yeah, I better be careful the picture sitting there.
One comment I might make, and again, I have no basis for this, he may have used pilot interchangeably with development agreement, because the vast majority of the time that I met with him, was all on the development agreement, which included the pilot.
It does say that he met with you. He charged us to travel to Wichita and back, and he does mention that he had talked to you a couple times, and so he did specify that on different listings.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, when I hire an attorney, I really expect better for what they bill. I just think it's terrible. So I don't know if the commission is going to pay this whole bill or not, but I would be opposed to it.
Pilot, from Diamond Vista to this one, it was substantially higher than it was in.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know if.
Yeah, it's pilot agreement.
It's, what was it, 900 something on Diamond Vista, 1,800 here, then the extra 200, so.
Okay, wait a minute, what did you just say?
No, they.
You're saying the Diamond Vista was.
He did get a higher pilot.
No, it didn't. But no, because we, on the very original, this is the very original agreement. From day one, the very first one they gave us, they've always said $1,800 a megawatt.
Oh, so you're saying.
This is what Expedition proposed
Has
to
it
us.
right here to us, yes.
Yes, from day one, last year, or whenever we started negotiating this. This attorney got us nothing. And it was that last day when we had the final agreement that I tried to get him to abide by the Doyle's, and of course he wouldn't do that, but then Mr. Becker said, well, would you give us $200 more? And he said, yeah, we will.
Randy
No, I thought that was,
got.
that was you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Randy.
But I wish what we'd known, Diane. And I know Brad don't know it, because we understand Brad don't know it. But if there was a number out there that we could have reached, we should have had that as a commission for us to reach that number before we get it. And we didn't have that number. And I was assuming that, I would thought that 21 was pretty, I should have went for 21 maybe, but I thought 2 was getting close to my number. But what kind of number you had, I don't know, or we can't have.
Well, when he says on here in his very first line, for $550, that he is comparing to other counties. Neosho County just got $4,000 a megawatt. He didn't compare with them apparently. I mean, he didn't try to keep us in that same loop. I mean, like I said, it would be different if he would have presented the increase, but he didn't give us anything.
The only thing, we hired him is to help Brad and whatever it cost Diana. I thought Brad was for it to us, he helped, so that's the only thing I'm going on to. Yeah, don't have to hire him, yeah.
I'll say something to that. I was sitting over there, and you guys may not have seen, maybe it wasn't coordinated as much as it should have been, but you guys actually now operate like a good team that day. You did. She set the bar up, it allowed for flexibility to come forward. Had a little more pre-discussion ahead of time or something, to know that who was gonna play good cop, who was gonna play bad cop, we could have really did something more. I say we, now that I'm a part of this, but I seen the development of something that could have been awesome.
Phenomenal.
And we just gotta be more on the same page. Yes.
Anyway, that's all I want to say, bring that to the commissioner's attention, and I'll be the big bad wolf again by bringing that up. But,
Well, I sat here way too long.
We get a lot of bills
thank you.
that we don't agree with, because most of them come in higher than what we ever conceived. But through the whole course of this, we felt like, or at least the majority of us felt like, that Brad needed some help.
Yeah.
From my perspective, just speaking to that, what I really wanted was someone to review this, make sure I hadn't missed something. After all of those hours and all of those meetings and those discussions, since it isn't something I do every day, I really wanted someone who had looked at those before to review it, be part of the last conversations in terms of the changes that I proposed, be sure I wasn't just really missing something major. That was my goal and my function. I think Patrick fulfilled that. Now, in terms of the rest of that, I can't speak to that. No, I agree. We ended up where we ended up, but I felt better from that perspective, knowing that someone else from the county's perspective had reviewed all of that. Now, is that my feeling better worth $5,000? I don't know. I certainly was at least looking for that assistance, at that time. Sometimes you get it and think, well, you didn't miss anything. Well, that's kind of where we ended up at. And I was glad to hear that. I mean, that had some value to me, but whether that has that kind of value to you guys, that's an individual decision.
In relationship to that, Brad, you just said something. I mean, we just talked about it earlier, that what you want for their final for up north. Please look at your time and make a fair judgment of what kind of money you spend other counties to, and just give to them for a bill. I mean, don't be pulled back. I mean, we just seen $5,000 bill, and so.
Yeah, this one for that would be a lot higher, I can tell you.
I would hope so, Brad, seriously. I mean, you're not talking about a poor company here. You're talking about a poor county.
Okay, department head review. Are they gonna be committed? Where do we, think we need
They're all here.
are they all here? Okay, okay.
Well, I think.
I'm
not sure about
since the
Randy.
time had changed, I didn't know.
They all look to be leaning
Yeah,
forward in their chairs.
Randy's out there, he's first. Lisa's out there, Bryce is first. I think everyone's coming up.
Corey.
Short break.
Yeah. is it-
Yeah, take 5.
Wanna go ahead?
I'm gonna go ahead and,
Round up Randy.
yeah, he'll get here when he gets here, I guess. Move we recess into executive session in order to discuss department head evaluations pursuant to KSA 431-9B for number 1, matters of personnel matters and non-elected personnel with the commission. Until, let's see, we got 4 of them to do.
Well,
2:15?
no, you need to do one
one at a time.
individually. So
Yeah,
you'll
do
need to
individually,
do the
okay.
first one with Randy, Frank.
That's right.
2 o'clock.
For 5 minutes till 2 o'clock. The commission and Randy Frank, and we will return to regular session.
30-minute block.
Did you second it?
I'll second it.
Okay, move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Get in here, Randy.
5 minutes goes pretty fast. I like that.
Better than 15 minutes sitting here.
For 10.
And then me allowing things to get off track.
Okay, out of executive session, no action taken. And I'll move that we recess an executive session in order to discuss department head evaluation of the KSA 75-431-9B under item number 1, personnel matters, non-elected personnel, with the commission and Lisa Burke. Until, for 5 minutes until 2:07, and then we will resume into open session.
Second.
Moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Second, quit sleeping.
I do have one question. It is in regards to another county. They have asked if we could either, Tina's aware of it as well, she's the one that actually told me, if we could have either someone do like a phone conversation, do some additional training. What the deal is we have the same software company for personal property and oil and gas and real estate for that matter. But they are not used to putting change orders and abatements into their software system. And so the county clerk's been doing it, or their office has been doing it down there, and we're trying to get it so the appraiser's office starts doing it, like what it's done here, which is how it should be. Do you guys have any,
Can we put that under administrative for next week?
No?
We're really not supposed to talk about anything but evaluation.
Okay, I won't be here next week.
She's not asking for a decision, she's just checking to see if the board has any problem with her helping Morris County appraiser.
That's it, yeah, it's not, we're good, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, out of executive session, no action taken. I'll move that we recession the executive session in order to discuss department head evaluation pursuant to KSA 75-4319B under item number 1 for personnel matters of non-elected personnel with the commission and Bryce Goebel.
I'll second it.
For 5 minutes until 2:16, and we're real to resume into open session.
Okay.
Yeah, Dave's made a motion. Who seconded that one?
No, you made the motion, he seconded.
Made the motion.
Oh, okay, I
Yes,
made
you
a
did.
motion, you seconded. All
I'm sorry, I
of,
thought.
Yes,
I
yes.
forget. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Action taken.
Would you want to repeat that? I didn't
Out of
have-
executive session, no action
Thank you.
taken. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move we recession the executive session in order to discuss department head evaluation pursuant to KSA -4319B under item number 1, personnel matters, non-elected personnel with commission and Sharon Homestead until 2:25, and then we will resume back into open session.
Second.
Moved in second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Tina, what you would be.
Okay, out of executive session, no action taken. Thank you, Sharon. Have a good day. Okay, next agenda item is a review employee evaluations. How much time do you folks have?
I got till 4.
You got until 4? Well, should we just,
This is just a review like you did of, you've done a couple batches or one batch of these already, so.
just,
However many want to take.
each can take a handful, or a department or something and go with it.
There's a
so-
bunch, how many you got there, 100?
No,
We went through some.
no, I've got sheriff's office, road and bridge, clerk treasurer, I think.
So, I'll move that we go into executive session in order to discuss employee evaluations pursuant to KSA 75-4319B under item number 1 for matters of personnel matters of non-elected personnel with the commission until 3:00. We'll resume into open session.
Second.
Move second, all in favor? Aye. Okay, out of executive session, no action taken. I'll move that we recess into executive session in order to discuss employee evaluation pursuant to KSA -4319B for item number 1, personnel matters of non-elected personnel with the commission until 3:05, and we resume in open session.
Second.
Move second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Executive session, no action taken. That is the final agenda item for the day. So, make a motion, we adjourn.
Second it.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye. Oh.